Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthouryt.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. My grandma and I lived on the 4th floor of a small apartment complex in an even smaller suburb of Lexington. When she and I used to fight, I'd always go up to the rooftop to cool down. There were people up there off and on. A few residents kept little rooftop gardens, but for the most part, I usually had the place to myself, especially when it started getting cold. I was probably 12 that winter. One night I was wandering around up there. The stairwell to the roof ends in a brick box with a door leading out. And right next to the ledge, on the ground, between that and the brick exterior wall of the stairwell, I found an unfinished hopscotch board drawn in chalk. The markings were barely visible, and some of the squares had dark stains like something had spilled over them. Still, when I looked at the faded chalk scratches with hopscotch in mind, the outline made sense. Who knew how many seasons this had been hiding up there? I'd never seen kids on the roof before. The apartments were basically an elderly community. I don't think anyone living there was under 65. Those misshapen squares that I'd stumbled on made me feel a weird, aching sort of hopeful. Like once, a long time ago, kids had existed around here, maybe even lived in our building. I was lonely then, and the relic reminded me of how desperate I was to have a friend. Like a nerd, I knelt down and rubbed my hand over a few of the squares like they were etchings. I thought that it could be a fun game to play by myself, and I knew that I had a few sticks of chalk in my room. It was just enough to finish the panels, but it was getting dark and I didn't want to get in more trouble, so I went inside for the night. A few days went by. With school and other stuff, I forgot about it for a little while. But the next time my grandmother started treating me poorly, I went up to the roof again. I took the stairs, and the closer I got to the top of the narrowed stairway, the more I heard the muffled sound of kids' voices. It sounded like they were right on the other side of the bricks. Along with their squeals and laughs, I heard the sound of pebbles bouncing off textured ground. Everything sounded vivid. There were at least 2 voices. My heart started racing with excitement. Were potential friends just outside these doors? Could they even be using the hopscotch board that I made? I practically leapt up the remaining stairs and opened the stairwell door that leads to the roof. At the same time, I saw a small rock skip by from around the corner. When I got around the brick barrier and looked down the narrow area where the pebble had been thrown from, 2 girls about my age were fighting. One was bigger than me and way bigger than the other. And she clearly had the upper hand. She was unleashing hell on the smaller girl, blow after blow with brutal force. It made my stomach turn. I screamed at the bigger girl to stop, but she ignored me. The smaller girl was collapsed on the ground, lying across some of the hopscotch squares. She was bleeding from her nose and mouth. The big girl stood over her, red-faced with rage, yelling and crying. For the first time, I got a good look at her, frantic, furious, and terrifying in how adult her fury seemed. I watched in panic until a dog barked from an open apartment window below and echoed off the bricks of the other units. The sound was loud and startling, and it snapped me out of whatever trance I'd been in. Up until that moment, I hadn't taken my eyes off the 2 girls. Suddenly, I registered that everything around me was completely quiet except for that single bark. What was happening in front of me felt unnaturally silent. I knew she was crying, but I couldn't hear it. It was disorienting. Even as the bigger girl lifted the smaller one, there was no scuffle of shoes on the ground, no labored breathing, nothing that matched the violence that I'd been watching. And then I watched the unthinkable. The bigger girl shoved the smaller girl's body over the roof's ledge. And that's when I tried to stop it. I didn't care if my ass got beat too. I couldn't let it happen. I ran at full speed at the big girl, bracing for impact, but I almost went flying over the ledge myself because there was nobody there. There was no longer a person to make contact with. I slammed my knee into the bricks and I felt the pain instantly. I looked over the ledge. There was nobody in the grass below. No body. I could only process that I just had a near-death experience, almost going over the roof myself. My knee swelled and quickly turned black and blue. It hurt like hell. I was alone on the roof. The quiet evening persisted because it never left in the first place. My grandma believed me when I told her. She didn't think that I was crazy and we didn't joke like that. Her solution was simple. Don't go to the roof ever again. I told her that was already my plan, and I stuck to it until our lease was up the next year. I started working at the old plant back in 2014. It used to make lawnmower engines and whatever else they folded into the back rooms over the years. Now it's a sandwich of humming machines, stacked pallets, and half-forgotten tools with paint flaking off like old scabs. We always joke the fluorescent bulbs buzz more than they glow, and that there's this constant smell of oil and warm metal that gets into your clothes and your hair. It never quite leaves. You learn the building like you learn an old town, where the floorboards give, which stair squeaks by itself, which door sticks in damp weather. You notice how sound travels in a place. A footstep in the metal stairwell will echo like someone's pacing a courtroom. And that's where most of the weird stuff happens. The stairs, the loading dock, the old office that's been used for storage since whoever owned this place last quit paying attention. We've had noises since day one. Steps when no one's going up the stairs. Doors opening and then nothing passing through them. Sometimes tools rattling on a bench, like someone had just set them down. At first you chalk it up to the building settling, a raccoon, or the night shift radio picking up a station and spitting out half a song. The longer you work here, the more generous you get with your explanations, until you aren't. The oddest part is that at least 3 of us have seen the same thing. A man in overalls. Not a shape or trick of the light or something like that. A figure. Walking slow or standing at the top of the metal stairwell, like he's waiting for someone to get off the lift. Overalls, cap, hands in his pockets. The sort of silhouette that your brain fills in when you remember factory postcards. He looks like he belongs here, even though he doesn't. I'll tell you the sightings that we all still bring up. The first time was the winter after I was hired. It was a weeknight, late. The office lights were off. I was stacking boxes on the second floor mezzanine. My buddy Aaron was on the forklift down below. Jen had already gone home early. I heard the stairs first. 3 measured steps, like they knew the rhythm of the building. I assumed that it was the night janitor. But when I looked at the top of the stairwell, leaning on the handrail was a man in a faded blue overalls, watching the floor like you watch a loading bay. He was far enough away that the fluorescent glare softened him into a cutout. But I could see the outline of his cap, the way that his shoulders were set. I remember thinking he looked tired, like a man who'd finished a 12-hour shift and was waiting for the bus. I shouted, "Hey, you all right up there?" My voice made the place feel less empty. He slowly turned his head. He was acknowledging me, but didn't descend. I waved. He didn't wave back. Then, as plainly as my radio would cut out, he was gone. No footsteps down the stairs or a shadow moving. Nothing. I told Aaron, half embarrassed but half relieved. Aaron shrugged, rubbed his chin, and said, "Nice of him to finally show up." That became a line that we used whenever something creaked, a joke to pepper over the weirdness. The second time was summer, and it was 2 years later. We were setting up for an early shift with the morning crew. Mark, who's been at the plant for forever, swore that he'd heard someone humming while he was fixing a conveyor belt near the old office. He called out and the humming stopped. He looked up and there was a man there, standing in the doorway between the office and the storage room, overalls rimmed with grease. Mark called across, "You lost?" The man tipped his cap like he understood. Then, when Mark walked over, the doorway was empty. The hum came back for a second, and then the building had that same quiet as it does at dawn. The third was the weirdest because we had more people around to confirm it. Last winter, a delivery came late, and a handful of us stayed after the unload. We worked the loading dock in a half circle, tossing boxes and joking about who'd have to serve overtime pizza. I had my back to the stairwell when Derek said, "Hey, you see that?" We all looked and saw him, the man at the top of the stairwell, hands in his pockets, face mostly shadowed under the brim of a cap. He was watching the dock like a foreman. We called up to him because that's the normal human thing to do. "Everything good?" someone asked. No answer, so we hollered again, louder, crossing the concrete between us and the stairs. When we reached the base of the steps and craned our necks to look up, the stairwell was empty. We all stood there for a minute. We could clearly see where the exit was, and nobody came out the exit. Unable to let it go, Derek ran up to check. No one. We all just stood there for a minute, and then Aaron said, with the exact mix of gallows humor and relief that we always have, "About time he clocked in, I guess." And we laughed because what else do you do? New hires would ask about the guy, and we'd tell them the story in a tone that was somewhere between a campfire yarn and an occupational hazard briefing. We traded little details. He always wore overalls. He never came down the stairs. Sometimes you could hear him walking, but there was never any shadow on the landing. A few of the older men said, "We used to have a guy on nights, years ago. Name was Harold. Took early retirement when the plant changed hands. None of us could confirm it. Names got fuzzy, paperwork didn't match memory. Still, the description of the figure remained the same. What's unnerving about all of this is how ordinary it is. He never caused a scene, he didn't slam doors or fling tools. He just existed at the edge of motion, like a placeholder in a photo. The noises, the footsteps, the door opening and not being walked through, they were mundane things until you noticed that they were paired with the figure. Suddenly, the commonplace sounds of the place felt like echoes of a life that were no longer recognized. We tried to catch him. We left the lights on and watched the stairwell cameras at night. The footage was nothing but grainy and static. Even when we reviewed it later, we couldn't find anything. There was a flicker here, a soft shadow there, but no definitive shape. We set up a camera again on a different angle and the feed glitched every time we focused on the top stair. Files had been corrupted, timestamps scrambled. The plant's IT guy swore that the cameras were fine, but his voice didn't say so. I will say there are nights that it's worse. Humid summer nights when the building sighs and the lights hum extra. Cold winter mornings when the steam from the presses makes little ghosts in the air. The hour when the morning shift is still in the parking lot and the night shift is folding into the day. That's when you're likely to hear the step, step, step of someone measuring the stairs or the soft slip of a cap as someone tilts his head. People keep their radios in their pockets then. Not because they need the music, but because the static drowns out the silence between one sound and the next. I don't pretend to know what it is, what he is. Memory, residue. I'm not sure. Could be a man named Harold who liked to check the stairwell and never stopped. Maybe. Maybe it's just how old buildings hold on to things. But here's what I can say. 3 different people, at different times, have described the same man in the same way. Enough times that it stopped being a single weird incident and became part of the job. I was 22 the first time I worked a closing shift at the diner. It was one of those family-owned places off the highway, all neon signs and cracked vinyl booths. A spot where truckers pulled into at 2 a.m. and churchgoers filled on Sunday after service. That night, business died down around 9. By 11, the place was empty except for me, the cook, and the radio humming low. I wiped down the booths, filled the salt shakers, same routine I'd been shown during training. When midnight rolled around, I stepped out back to take the trash to the dumpster. The night air was cool and damp with spring, and the lot was lit by one flickering pole light. I remember stopping halfway across the asphalt because I heard voices. They weren't close, more like carried across the lot from a far corner. A man's voice, low but urgent, then a woman's, sharper, cutting in. I thought maybe it was the cook on the phone, but when I glanced back through the window, he was bent over the grill with his earbuds in. The voices kept going. Something about them felt strange. I couldn't catch words, just the tone. Uneven. I set the trash down and walked a little closer, hugging my arms against the chill. As I did, I saw a couple. They stood by the far edge of the lot, right where the gravel met the tree line. The man was tall, gesturing wildly. The woman had her arms crossed tight, head bowed like she was trying not to cry. Their movements were sharp, jagged, like they were trapped in a loop of the same argument. I felt rude watching, but it was impossible not to. Their voices never got clearer, but the emotions rolled off of them. Rage, despair, desperation. Then something shifted. The man grabbed her shoulders. She shoved him back and he stumbled, regaining his footing. And then he lashed out with an open hand. I expected the slap to crack through the lot, but it didn't. There was no sound, it was just the motion. Silent and sickening, like watching an old movie with the volume cut. The woman crumpled to her knees. The man bent over her, shouting words I still couldn't hear. I wanted to yell and to do something, but I couldn't make my body move. The pole light above me buzzed, and for a split second the bulb flared bright. When it dimmed again, the lot was empty. No man, no woman. Just me, the trash bag, and the hum of the diner's fridge unit bleeding into the night. I stood there shaking for a moment, staring at the spot where they'd been, until the cook banged on the back door and told me to hurry up. The next day I asked one of the older waitresses if anything had ever happened in that lot. She gave me a look that I'll never forget. Half surprised and half recognition. Then she said, "That lot's bad news. Years back, a woman died out there. Her boyfriend snapped. People around here saw her running off, but she never made it home." She told me not to ask more. She said the owners didn't like to talk about it. I bet. I worked at that diner for 2 more years. Every night I closed, I avoided the far corner of the lot. I cut across the grass and hauled trash twice the distance. Anything not to walk past that place. The part that I never admitted or talked about, based on my coworkers' advice, was that sometimes even inside, I could hear faintly a man's voice, a woman's voice. The edges of an argument carried through the walls. I never saw them again, but I wonder, did I see a memory trapped in that place? Reenactment of something violent etched into the asphalt. Or did they see me too, caught in my own loop of time, standing there under a buzzing light with a bag of trash in my hands? I'll never know. This is my earliest memory of a paranormal experience. We were at home, and my cousins and I were in the living room playing video games. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, so I turned and looked. There was a woman in a knee-length dress, walking towards my parents' room. She stopped in her tracks and turned to look my way. It scared me. She was transparent. She had dark hair cut into a bob. She was slender. I turned away from her, but I could still see her watching me for what felt like a really long time, all out of the corner of my eye. It was probably only seconds. Then she turned away and walked into my parents' room. My parents came home about an hour later and called me and my cousin into their room to ask who had been in there. We told them that no one went in there. All of their plugs had been unplugged. A couple of years later, I saw a picture of a woman, and I told my mom that I'd seen her one night, the night all the electronics were unplugged. She told me that that was a photo of her mother, who had passed away when I was only a year old. Apparently, she was quite paranoid about house fires and always unplugged their electronics. When I was 14, my parents rented a house on the edge of a small town. The backyard backed up right against a set of railroad tracks that were technically retired, though trains still passed through once or twice a week. It wasn't dangerous, just loud, and eventually I stopped noticing. One evening in early fall, I was out back shooting hoops on the cracked driveway. The air was cool and the cicadas were fading out. I remember how the sky looked bruised. And then I heard shouting. It was a man's voice first and then a woman's, not angry shouting, panicked, desperate. I froze with my ball in my hands, trying to place where it was coming from. The tracks. I walked closer to the fence and that's where I saw them. 2 figures on the gravel by the crossing, just beyond our yard. A man was waving his arms, yelling at someone further down on the tracks. A woman stood back, holding her hands to her mouth. The man's voice carried sharp. He was terrified. "Move! Get off the tracks!" I couldn't see who he was yelling at, not at first. And then I noticed a small shape sitting on the rail. A child. My stomach dropped. I ran for the gate, ready to bolt across the yard, when I heard it. The sound of a train. It was faint but growing. A low thunder rolling closer. The man screamed, sprinting down the tracks. The woman collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Everything in me screamed to move, to help, but my body locked. It was like watching a movie that I couldn't pause. The child finally looked up. Too small, too slow. The train roared into view, horn blaring. The man dove forward. I flinched, expecting the impact or the screech of metal, but there was nothing. No crash, no train. The yard was completely silent. The figures were gone. The tracks were empty in both directions. I remember my basketball rolled and thudded against the fence behind me. It was the only sound left. I stayed there until it was too dark to see, shaking, convinced that I'd just gone crazy. But I know what I saw. I told my mom all about it, and though she told me not to worry about it, that I imagined it, she must have been curious. Later, when she asked a neighbor, they casually told her there was an accident here, back in the 70s. A boy died on those tracks. That was all she said, but that was all she needed to say. When my mom told me that years later, I knew that I had seen what I had seen. I just don't know how. Growing up, my family used to share a cabin in the woods. It was our family's version of camping, I guess. We don't use it anymore, but for the time that we did, I found it pretty terrifying. There was something about the upstairs bathroom. I never wanted to be in there too long, and really didn't want to be in there by myself. I'd always choose to brush my teeth when my cousins were and all that stuff. But the worst part was the room that I shared with my little brother. 2 twin beds on opposite sides of the room. I was probably 9 or 10 at this time. I wasn't openly afraid of the dark because I had a little brother, but I was afraid of the dark. But this night, I remember waking up. It felt like something pulled my hair. Jolting awake, I assumed it was just a dream. But as I sat up, I felt my head yank back down towards the pillow, like something had grabbed my hair. Feeling the back of my head, there was nothing. I ran across the room, jumped into my little brother's bed, and slept under the covers. Well, I don't know if you'd call it sleeping, but I did something until it was light. I never told anyone about it, not until years later. Apparently everyone had some sort of strange experience there, one time or another. Glad this is the only one that really sticks out in my memory. When my daughter was almost 3, she was in her new bed on the opposite side of the room that she and her little brother, my son, had shared. She asked me where the other mommy was. I was confused. She hadn't been in daycare since she was 6 months old. Wasn't in any sort of program, and I was a stay-at-home mom. I asked her what she was talking about. She said that sometimes she sees her other mommy, and hands come out of the wall. She said the hands were scary. She didn't like the hands. She didn't seem frightened of the other mommy. I didn't press, just let it go. Told her goodnight. I mean, she wasn't even 3 yet. Didn't watch TV and mostly just played with toys and went to the parks occasionally. That was the extent of her world thus far. Talk of the other mommy went on for about 6 months, but the hands talk went on for another year. She hated the wall that her bed was against. She talked about the scary hands coming out of her wall at least twice a week, but she never felt scared enough to not go to sleep or try to not sleep in her room, as long as her brother was in there. I've had 2 experiences in the apartment as well, with my bedroom door that was closed, with a clothes rack hanging on it, violently shaking for about 3 seconds one morning. I thought my husband had come home, but no one was there. My kids were in their rooms sleeping. They had a safety thing on the back doorknob. There's no way that one of them could have done it, and I had no pets. Another incident occurred when my family woke up to our front door being wide open. We never used the front door, and it stayed locked. We only used our garage. Nothing was stolen or out of place. It's a safe, quiet area in a suburb. Anyway, we moved soon after, and the hand talk was gone. She never really went into detail about any of it. I don't think she knew how to describe what was going on, and I didn't press. Any ideas on this one? Just got back from visiting Gettysburg in Pennsylvania. Stayed at the Best Western next to Cemetery Ridge. My room actually looked out onto the ridge. On the first night, I woke up at 5 a.m., looked out the window at the hill. It was a clear night without a moon, so the hill was completely dark. All I could see was the outline of the ridge. I stared at the ridge tree line for about 2 minutes, not knowing what I was looking for and just thinking about the battle there. For some reason, I started thinking about, what if I saw a ghost or an orb? And at that very moment, a bright, round, white ball of light came on in the tree line at the ridge of the hill. It didn't look like a flashlight since it didn't have a beam or variate in any way that it moved. It was about the size of a softball, I imagine, since I was about 150 yards away. It started moving right to left along the tree line, and then sped off across the hill towards the Angel, if you know that location on Cemetery Ridge. The whole thing lasted about 45 seconds, and as it was happening, I wanted to run over and grab my phone to take pictures or video, but I didn't want to miss anything. I was also trying to figure out what it was. Once it was gone, there was nothing, nobody on the ridge, from what I could see. So I got my phone and recorded about 10 minutes while watching for it to come back. Unfortunately, nothing appeared, and the daylight was starting to break, so I could start making out the actual trees, a few statues and monuments on the ridge. Needless to say, I couldn't get back to sleep. I just wanted to add that the movement of the light from right to left, it was erratic, and when it sped off, it was extremely fast, and it left a trace of light behind it. In my opinion, nobody could have run that fast, and there's no indication of motorcycles, bikes, or a car. This has been happening since I was 7. Most of the time when it's dark, there's a tall silhouette of a man. I don't know why, but their mere presence makes me afraid. For about 2 years, I couldn't sleep unless there was a light on in my room. Otherwise, the shadow man was just there, watching me sleep. And when I turned 12, I started getting sleep paralysis from them. Their face was covered in holes. I know dreams aren't reality, but every dream with them is so vivid. My most recent nightmare, they were in the forest that I constantly dream of, and they started eating my chest. The dream was so vivid I felt it, and now it just sits at my bed. Most nights I had to pretend to be asleep, as I was genuinely afraid what would happen if they knew I was awake. On the occasion, I would take a small peep. It was always on the ceiling, right above my bed. Because of the way my room was built, that makes them about a meter away from me. Fearing for my life, just talking to someone about them makes me feel their presence. I've owned my house for about 18 years, and I've recently experienced some things that I can't explain. I'm not a person who necessarily believes in ghosts, so I'm not jumping to any conclusions or trying to sell the house just yet. 6 months ago, my wife and I were having issues with our 10-year-old daughter not sleeping in her bed. Every night, she would run into our room and climb into bed with us. One night, she ran in and took up all the room and the blankets, so I got up and I slept in her bed. By 3, I was sleeping on my side and facing the bedroom door when I opened my eyes. Right in front of me was a dark shadow of a short person or child, and it was looking at me. It has no features at all. It was just a black, cloudy form. I didn't move or blink for several seconds until it simply faded away. Surprisingly, I didn't jump out of bed or anything like that. Instead, I rolled onto my back and wondered if I'd really just seen that. After laying there for a couple of minutes, I finally started getting scared and returned to my own bedroom, where I eventually went back to sleep. That morning, I told my wife, but didn't want to scare our daughter. I've since tried to write this off as sleep paralysis, but deep down, I know I was awake. Then, last week, my family and I were out for dinner and the subject of ghosts came up. I asked my daughter if she'd ever experienced anything she couldn't explain. And she said that she once woke up to see a shadow girl floating near her door. I still didn't tell her what I saw, but my wife and I locked eyes. And then she said that we were both crazy. There have been other things happening with our electronics, like phones randomly playing videos in the middle of the night, the TV changing channels. But thankfully, no more shadow people. My dog has also been barking and growling at things in adjacent rooms when nobody's in there. I'm a 30-year-old male. I live with my friend, 29-year-old male. Both of us have seen a girl in the house. She's small, dressed normally, not the stereotypical ghost girl. Why is it scary? Because we live alone. We've asked our neighbors. None of them has a daughter or knows anyone who meets the description. It's a big, old house, so we never associated strange noises with anything paranormal. First sighting, I was alone at home. I was getting out of the shower, and in front of the bathroom is my friend's room. There, I saw her standing, looking at a shelf where my roomie keeps his books. I didn't say anything to my friend. He was away visiting family. I must admit that I spent that night at my parents' house. Second sighting. I was in the kitchen when I heard something break in the living room. I thought it was my friend's cat. When I came around to check, I saw the girl standing, staring at me. Nothing was broken. I ran out of the house. Didn't return till the next day. Again, I didn't tell my friend. Third sighting was my friend's. I was on a trip. My friend called me. He was upset. He told me that he saw a girl in the living room, just sitting on the couch. I asked him to describe her to me. She was the same girl that I'd seen. Since then, we've seen it on many occasions. She does nothing. She doesn't disturb us, but it's there. Sightings are quick. There's no time to interact. The child always wears the same clothes, does not look neglected or unattended. We've set up a few cameras, but we've never caught anything. What do you think? We don't feel like we're being watched at night. Things don't move, and there's no strange noises that can't be related to an old house. I can't explain what I experienced outside of Penn Station in New York City. 2 years ago, my wife and 2 daughters took the PATH train from New Jersey to Manhattan. After exiting the station, we stood on the sidewalk as I tried to hail a cab. It was a bright, sunny day without a cloud in the sky. I stepped off the curb with my family standing behind me, and I had my right hand extended to get the cab's attention when I saw a tall, black shadow out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a man with a large brimmed hat and a long coat. It looked like he was standing extremely close behind my family. So close that it bothered me. Since we were in the city, there's no telling what his intentions were. That's when I turned to get a better look at him. But, and only for a split second, I saw a faceless black shadow and scared the hell out of me. It happened so fast I did a double take, but it was already gone. I made a surprised remark, and my family watched with concerned expressions as I looked around for anyone that I could have mistaken for what I saw. I looked at the reflections in the building windows just to make sure it wasn't a shadow from across the street, but I didn't see anything before we drove away in the cab. I was freaked out and worried about my vision. I thought it might have been caused by a blind spot. I even considered a hallucination, worried that it wouldn't go away. Ultimately, I decided not to tell my wife, and I waited to see if it would happen again. Thankfully, it didn't. I eventually did tell my wife. She thought that it was interesting, but she didn't pay much attention to it. A few weeks after we got home, I Googled Hat Man, not even knowing it was a thing. I was shocked to see others reporting so many similar experiences. That was over 2 years ago, and thankfully, I still haven't seen anything else like that. I moved into my apartment 9 years ago. Before the early 2010s, when it was converted into lofts, it was a factory. I wanted to make this post because I've had some strange experiences over the years. Experiences that have led me down the rabbit hole of an unsolved murder from 1998. I'm mostly wondering if this will line up with anyone else's story. Shortly after moving in, I was living alone and had fallen asleep in front of the TV. When I woke up, I stepped into a thick puddle of liquid that definitely wasn't there when I fell asleep. The puddle was roughly 1 foot in diameter, and there was no obvious explanation for it. There were no air ducts or underlying pipework, and I wasn't drinking anything that could have fallen over. It was too thick and viscous to be water. Plus, it smelled like coconut shampoo. After cleaning it up, I called my parents to get their opinion. They said to keep a lookout in case there was a leak somewhere else that was simply coming through in that area. It never happened again, but that's what prompted me to start checking this stuff out on the internet. When I searched for explanations of liquids appearing, it eventually led me to a discussion about poltergeists. Initially, I rationalized that poltergeists only existed in places where some form of trauma had occurred. And I wasn't sure if that was true in this case. I wasn't a true skeptic back then, but I've never been the type of person to poke the bear, as they say. Long story short, that's when I learned my building used to be a factory. In 1998, the owner was murdered in the parking lot. And, while the case is technically still unsolved, an officer was quoted as saying they know who did it. There just wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. Upon learning this, I understood the connection and began mentioning the story to others in the building, along with my strange liquid experience. I figured this murdered soul wanted to be acknowledged, and ever since I started telling the story, nothing else has physically happened. Though, recently, I've started suspecting other types of experiences. For the past year, whenever I work in my home office, I get a sense of being shot in the head. At least, what I imagine it would feel like. It happens when I'm awake. They aren't dreams. It's like my mind drifts into it. It's really hard to explain. It's like a memory of a car passing by, and suddenly, I feel my head clock back violently. This has been a reoccurring thing that comes and goes. But it only happens at night. I think the spirit is trying to communicate how they felt when they died. When I first started researching the murder, I didn't read where the victim was shot. It was only when I went back to review the articles that I realized it was a mob hit with a getaway car. 3 men shot the victim, once in the head, twice in the stomach. The murder happened at 7 a.m., and occasionally, my stomach will randomly hurt at that time, only to be completely fine the rest of the day. Has anyone had similar experiences? Is there anything I could do to put the spirit at ease? Oh, and another element of this murder is that after the victim was killed, people found out that he had a mistress in Florida who was married to a famous Miami chef. The location of the murder was in Toronto, Canada. I used to have tons of paranormal experiences until I turned 18. Then they just stopped for nearly 20 years. 6 months ago, I started getting super interested in the paranormal again. I've been reading about other people's experiences here, listening to podcasts, and now things have started happening again. I believe the more attention you give the paranormal, even indirectly, the more energy they'll have to interact with you. I started dating my ex-wife in 2009, and we moved into her parents' old house in 2010, 2011. They always believed there to be a presence, but apart from a few silly teenage girl moments, no real experiences ever happened. When we moved in, we always sensed something not really malevolent, but powerful enough to make you uneasy. Even so, the first real experience didn't happen until a decade later, in 2020, after we separated and I moved out. In my new place, I occasionally feel a small presence, but I chalk it up to imagination or someone watching over me. Who knows what all's there that we can't see? We can only speculate. This brings us to 6 months ago, when I started reading people's stories each night before falling asleep. Now that I'm giving more attention to that world, it seems I'm beginning to feel the presence much stronger. Weird for sure, but I continue immersing myself. Then, in October, I had a new experience while in my basement converted bedroom. The stairs are ridiculously loud. You can always hear them over the TV or music, even if you're trying to be sneaky. One morning, at 6:18, I woke up, got dressed, and relaxed on the couch with my phone before I had to leave for work. My roommates were still asleep, and the house was dead silent. The couch was facing my open bedroom door, and I suddenly heard the loud, creaky stairs as something slowly walked down all 13 steps. There was no reason for anyone to come down there, but I thought a roommate might be trying to catch me before I left. I waited a couple of minutes, and there were no more sounds. But suddenly, the same loud steps marched back upstairs. Even more strange was that they fell silent at the top. The hall floor is also absurdly loud and creaky. You can always hear any time someone walks away. Until now, it just isn't possible. I even tested it with a roommate later that day. I asked each roommate if they were up at that time, but they each said no. I did everything in my power to explain it, but I can't. I also want to tell you about other instances involving my ex-wife. We're still friends, and she's currently living in our old house, but we're getting ready to sell it. She's moving to a new state with her boyfriend, and I'm returning to my home state. Since her roommates are moving out, and we have a few repairs to make before selling, I moved back in. Immediately, I felt the presence in that house stronger than ever before, probably because I'm still reading and listening to stories every night. Well, one evening, I was helping my ex-wife with a cleaning job at a church for a little extra cash. She hates going alone because she thinks it's haunted. There's a specific room where she always feels a presence, and it makes her extremely uneasy. A friend decided to tag along, and when we got there, they asked me to handle the room since I don't rattle easily. I tried to get in, but the door was locked. While waiting for my ex to come unlock it, I walked down the hall to run an extension cord. When I turned back, our friend was turning stark white. When questioned, he said the door to that room had slowly opened as I went past. Take that as you will, just a door coming unlatched or paranormal. But it was a heavy, solid door with a sturdy lock. Anyway, I tried recording some audio, but so far I've captured nothing. I'll keep trying when the opportunities arise. Oh, I also say, you're not allowed to follow us, attach yourself to us, or feed off of our energy every time we leave the church. I have one more experience I want to close this out with. It happened during the first week of December, when my wife left town. I was alone in the house for a couple of months. One day, A friend who is sensitive to spirits was visiting, and we began discussing the strong presence in the house. It felt significantly stronger since being alone. My friend said he'd felt something watching us from the kitchen all evening and nervously changed the subject. That night, I read some stories, plugged in my phone, turned off the lights, and laid down. But I was still very much awake when I felt something pat the bed next to my foot. It felt like someone took their open palm and firmly patted the mattress several times. I was definitely alone. There's no way it was a person. Calmly, I said, "Do not mess with me while I'm in bed. You're not allowed to feed off of my energy. Please respect my home and my boundaries." I tried not to freak out as I tucked the blanket under my body like a protective shield, and I tried to sleep. Since then, I don't read the stories every night. I should let things calm down until I'm not alone anymore. But here I am, typing this at midnight when I should be going to sleep. Still home alone. I guess we'll see if anything new happens. We moved into my current house in 2018, and since then, weird things have been happening, especially to me. The summer I moved in, one night around 2 a.m., I was going to my kitchen to get a drink. I was walking down the stairs when I saw a group of people. I can't quite describe their faces because they were vague and it's dark, but they're around my table in the dining room. By the time I realized what I was seeing, they disappeared. In 2019, this time I was alone at home. I didn't have my dog yet, but I had my cat. I heard footsteps upstairs. I was in the living room. It was littler noises, small steps. So to be sure it wasn't my cat, I looked around me. Sure enough, he happened to be next to me on the couch. So, who was walking upstairs? After 30 minutes, I had the courage to go check. With a knife from the kitchen, of course. You never know. And in the end, nothing to explain it. Windows closed. Nothing moved. It was as if there was no one there, but I'm sure that's not the case. In 2020, I now have a dog. The first time I noticed this, it was dark. My sister and I were eating when all of a sudden my dog started barking, staring at the garden, as if to scare something or someone. I looked at my garden, and there was absolutely nothing. It's surely explainable, but personally, I didn't find anything. Each time, I never did. Fast forward to 2021. I never slept on my side, as I wasn't fond of not seeing what was behind me. Until one evening, I found myself facing the wall, lying on my side, without knowing what was behind me. I sort of woke up. I had that feeling that I've never had before. I was sure and certain that something was behind me. I could feel it. At that moment, all I wanted to do was scream. I was sure, though, if I did, something bad was going to happen to me. To be sure that I didn't have sleep paralysis, I tried to move my fingers, my legs, my feet. I managed to do all of that without any worries. And all of a sudden, I felt someone pushing me gently, so that instead of being on my ribs, I found myself on my stomach. I managed to prevent this thing from pushing me further. I don't know how, but I know that as soon as I did that, I fell asleep. It was from that moment that things got worse, penetrating my dreams for sure. In the summer of 2022, I was on vacation in Spain. During that vacation at night, I was not very calm. I had the impression that whatever was at home had followed me there too, appearing in my dreams as different things. Maybe they were just nightmares, but it all seemed connected. Those dreams continued. In February 2023, I woke up one morning with a huge scratch that suddenly appeared during my sleep. The mark was quite long. The scratch itself stung very much. A few days later, I had a red streak right across the same area of the scratch, again during my sleep. And again, a few days later, I woke up with a red line across my nose, which happened while I was sleeping. March 2023. I was in my bathroom. It was dark around 12 a.m. I heard someone knock on the door 6 or 7 times before I replied that it was busy. Right after my answer, it stopped. When I came out, I thought it was my dad, so I went to his room before I saw that he was sleeping. My mom, too, so it wasn't them. My sister was also sleeping. My brother was at university, so I was the only one awake. So who could have knocked? 2023, at the end of April, exactly 2 days ago, I left to eat with friends around 12:40, returned at 6 p.m. As soon as I got back, the atmosphere changed. I felt uncomfortable, a feeling of fear without knowing why. As soon as I got home, I instantly noticed that my animals were behaving strangely. I went to my room to look for something, immediately realized something was wrong in there. Turns out the color of the LEDs had changed, which can't happen on its own unless somebody decides to do it. Going back down to my living room, I saw my animals were only staring at points near me, like protecting me or seeing something potentially dangerous that I can't see. Everywhere I go, my cat follows me, watching a different place right next to me. In the living room, sitting on the couch, both stare at a spot right next to me, side of my couch 2 meters away from me. From the dining room, they fixate on the kitchen and the cellar door. It was as if something was following me wherever I went, and my animals were following it. I really started to feel bad and scared when I saw that my cat, who basically doesn't like to stick around people, was following me everywhere. I was going to the toilet, he was coming. Absolutely anywhere and everywhere. My dog sat for 10 minutes staring at a particular spot, which is my kitchen, darkened by the evening. My cat staring at a particular spot right next to me. As soon as my parents got home, they stopped. I felt better. But the oddities, they won't stop. I've left this apartment since 2018, after living in it for 3 years, but I'm still wondering and kind of creeped out thinking about it, even if nothing really bad happened there. It was just weird and disturbing, as it was rented by a student agency from the government, giving flats or rooms to students with poor parents. It was well aerated, carbon monoxide checked once a year. I was leaving home for uni, and the first semester was just fine. During the second semester, I sometimes felt watched. The first time I thought it was anxiety, or because my room was messy. I had skipped cleaning that week, and I've read that you don't sleep as well in a messy room, so I let it slide 1, 2, 3 times. I was always kind of messy, but not dirty. And I didn't experience that in any of the 8 homes I inhabited in all of my life. So I thought it was a bad room arrangement. One time it happened for 2 days in a row. I noticed that every time it happened, my room was messy, not cleaned. I usually clean 2 times a week, but I admit I'd gotten lazy and was often cleaning once a week. But bins were changed and dishes were done. It kept happening during the 3 years I lived there, feeling watched. Whatever the season, weather, lifestyle. If it was happening and I was not cleaning the room the next day, the next night I would feel watched. I'm not scared of the dark, nor mirrors, but I had a mirror facing the entry of the bathroom, and I was always afraid to see something in the mirror. One time, I begged to get some rest, and I promised I would clean the next day if it just stopped. But it kept happening, if not cleaning twice a week. At that point, you probably think that I would have been scared away into being a clean person, but each time life would, get in the way. The days after cleaning, life just kept happening. I was always busy, so I'd end up getting judged by nocturnal eyes. After a while, I just brushed it off. Even if I was still scared when it would happen, I was so uncomfortable that I would sleep with the light on, something I've never done, even in early childhood. But I thought I was just self-ailmenting some kind of paranoia. A friend of mine had the same flat. We were neighbors, with the same furniture, same arrangement, and I always slept fine at her place. And I got a weird look when I told her what was happening to see if she was having the same issues. What really made me feel weird is that 3 different times I invited people over, clean apartment, and on 2 times, the first one during the first semester, the guest felt watched. One of these times I had 2 friends stay over for the night. They left, but later that month, after one of those nights, I told them about it, asking them not to make fun of me. They asked why I looked tired. Then they stared at each other and hesitantly told me, "Well, we didn't want to scare you, but after sleeping at your house, we both had a talk because I said that I felt watched that night and it creeped me out. And she said she felt the same. We didn't want to tell you because we didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable after being so nice to let us sleep in your flat. It was technically forbidden. Weirdly, on the 2 occasions, I never felt watched, only the guests. Recently, I told my mom about it, and she told me, it's like you had a soldier ghost in your flat. You know, soldiers are forced to be very organized, and if he did some time of service there, maybe he was mad at you for messing up his place, you know? She didn't know at the time that there was a small commemorative plaque saying that Marine troops stayed there during World War II. After some research today, I found out that the building was from 1930 and classified as a historical monument. It's used as flats for students, and I knew it was old because of the plaque, but seeing the year was weird. So, I really don't know what to think about it. I knew 2 people there and was the only one having this kind of issue. I don't know if it's reminiscent energy from all the tenants that it had during the years, if it is the ghost or energy of one previous tenant, one who was particularly versed into cleaning and sticking to rules, or anything else. Overall, I remember it as a nice flat, and I miss it sometimes. But some other times, I still think about this, even if it's been 5 years since I moved out, and I get chills. What do you guys think? I also have to say that the apartment was kinda humid, old, had bad isolation old, but I knew 3 people in the exact same building, and they never got this, which is what I find weird. Honestly, I would like to think it was just really bad anxiety, if 3 other people didn't say they felt it while sleeping there. So, I really wonder if it was really something about the arrangement and everything. But then why only on certain occasions? Or if there is another rational or paranormal explanation. I used to work at a hotel bar, and before anyone asks, I'm not naming the hotel, mainly because it's still open and they don't exactly lean into the haunted thing. And honestly, it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever worked. Don't want to tarnish that hardwood polished to a shine. Chandeliers that looked like they belonged in an old ballroom. or the lobby that makes you want to whisper when you walk through it. Of course, with a place like that, you don't just inherit the decor, you inherit the history. And this hotel had plenty. Every hotel with a few decades under its belt has a ghost story. But ours had the lady in red. She was the celebrity haunting. Guests swore that they'd see her late at night, sitting at a two-top by the window or perched at the end of the bar. Red dress, matching lipstick, shoulder-length hair, done up in a style that belonged to another era. People described her as elegant, beautiful, the type of woman to turn heads without trying. The story went that she died in the hotel back in the 1940s. Some said that it was a jealous lover who killed her. Others whispered suicide. Either way, she never checked out. Plenty of guests saw her. "Did you see where that lady just left to suddenly? We were just talking to her." All I could do was nod and pour another drink. It'd be easy to chalk everything up to the lady in red. She's a ghost that you can put on a brochure. But the truth, the hotel was too old, too beautiful, and too full of life for only one story. This place had been around since the 1920s. That means 100 years of guests checking in, birthdays, affairs, honeymoons, breakups, late-night confessions, even a few deaths that made the papers. A building like that doesn't belong to just one spirit, and I think that's why the activity was so varied. My first experience didn't feel like the lady in red at all. It was late, a Monday, quiet as can be. I was polishing glasses and I looked up at a mirrored wall behind the bar. There was a man standing behind me, not a reflection of someone at the bar. The bar stools were empty. This was a man in a suit in wide lapels, old-fashioned cut, something from the 1940s. He was tall, pale, blurred at the edges. I turned around immediately. No one. When I looked back at the mirror, he was gone. If you want to tell me that was the lady in red showing off, fine. But unless she decided to wear a fedora and a suit that night, I don't think it was her. Other bartenders swore about the voices, murmurs that carried in from the lobby when it was empty. Laughter that broke out and then cut off like someone flicked a switch. One guy I worked with swore that he heard his own name being called, clear as day, when he was crouched in the cooler. He popped up expecting to see the manager, but the bar was empty. Lady in red? Maybe. But laughter and men's voices sound like a whole different crowd. And then there was the elevator. Every so often, in the middle of the night, the elevator doors would ding open in the lobby. Empty. Nobody riding it. No button pressed, no call from upstairs, just opening on its own, like it was letting someone out. More than one guest asked me why the elevator felt strange. One woman told me that she was riding down alone when the air turned icy cold. When the door opened to the lobby, she swore that she heard footsteps behind her, even though she was the only one in the car. Here's my theory. The lady in red is the face of it all. The one everyone loves to talk about. But she's not alone, not by a long shot. It's such a beautiful place. I guess I could see why it would be hard to leave behind. You can sit in that lobby with the chandeliers glowing and the piano music drifting in from the corner and almost convince yourself that it's still 1932. Maybe that's why the spirits stick around. Because they liked it there. Because the place still holds a piece of them. None of them seem to want to harm anyone. Scare us, sure. Remind us they were there, absolutely, but it wasn't malicious. It was more like sharing the space. Like they were saying, we're still here too. I worked there for 3 years. I never saw the lady in red myself. But I believe the guests who did. I believe the servers who heard voices after closing. And I believe what I saw in the mirror that night. When I quit, it wasn't because I was scared of ghosts. It was just time to move on. But I'll say this. That hotel bar wasn't just serving cocktails. It was serving stories. And not all of them came from the living. So to start, I'm a firm skeptic to the paranormal. I'd never had an experience until last year. I'm 25 years old and I had to move into my grandma's old abandoned house because of personal reasons I don't want to get into. To give you an image of the house, it is a standard 2-story with an attic full of spiders, a basement with a door that doesn't lock to the outside deck. The house has old blue peeling paint due to neglect, old small square windows, one in each bedroom. I slept in the bedroom that my sister used to sleep in because my grandfather died years ago in his room of congestive heart failure. And it just gave me the creeps sleeping in a room where someone had died. Well, one night I'm laying in bed when I clearly hear what sounds like a grown man of reasonable size walking up the noisy wooden steps that lead into the living room. I assume someone broke in because, as I said before, the basement door doesn't lock and anyone could break in. I start to sweat and adrenaline kicks in. I grab my grandfather's old hunting knife. As soon as it sounded like the man hit the top step, I kicked open the door, ready to kill whoever was on the other side of the door. Nobody was there. I couldn't believe what I just experienced. No, that isn't possible. I felt relieved because it wasn't a person, but so lost as to how that was possible. My mother claims it to be my grandfather. I've heard the steps again, but spiritual incense and a prayer was done at the house, and I never heard the footsteps after that. What do you think? Recently, my partner, who's a skeptic, and I have noticed an increase in unusual activity in our home. Our animals seem to notice and/or see things that we cannot. I have hours of footage of orbs in our living room, some of which the cats appear to chase or play with. Typically, activity will begin when it gets dark and continues well into the morning. Interestingly, my former cat scratching post is at the end of the buffet, under the television in the living room, which is also the location our current cats seem to be interested in. This particular video is of interest to me and most intriguing because there are no females in this home. No phone calls were made at this time, and the animals appear to hear it but don't seem afraid. Any thoughts? This whole thing has been happening for a few weeks now. I'm a pretty spiritual person, but lately I've been slacking a bit in that department. I've recently gone through a breakup, and I've just been caught up in the 9-to-5 cycle, doing the bare minimum. Life has been hard in general for the last 3 or 4 months. I've always struggled with sleep. I get a weird anxiety right before bed, and it causes me to toss and turn all night. It's rare for me to have a restful sleep. Recently, I started waking up in the middle of the night. It always feels like something's watching me. It happens a few times, and lately, I've actually started seeing shit from the corner of my eyes. Sometimes, I see a dark mist moving across the room, but I usually blame it on delirium, go back to sleep so I don't have to think about it. Twice now, I've woken up to my bed shaking. The first time, I thought I was going crazy. I opened my eyes, stared at the ceiling while my bed was rocking. I live in California, so I thought it was a small earthquake, but no one else had felt it. The same thing happened again last week. I woke up to my bed actually rocking, and this time my chest felt heavy, and it made me claustrophobic. I closed my eyes and pleaded for it to stop. I was so tired, I eventually passed out from sheer exhaustion. I once felt something move next to me. was so frightened, I stayed awake for most of the night. But as I was falling back asleep, someone caressed my face and sleep was no longer an option. Now, I'm sleeping in a different room. My mom and I decided it would be a good idea to start fresh with a new space. She's always said that she felt negative vibes from my other room. She didn't even feel comfortable sleeping in there when I'd ask. Yesterday, she was helping me clean it out, and she felt like something was angry or wanted her to get out. I'm scared this shit will continue in the new room, but I did a cleansing to protect it as best I could. I slept in there last night and nothing actually happened, but I was also so anxious I didn't get much rest. In college, my best friend and I frequently went from Alabama to Atlanta, Georgia, to shop and visit Six Flags. One time, we were driving back after midnight, and we'd just left Noonan, Georgia on I-85 when we got hungry. It's a long stretch of nothing out there. So we just turned off at the next exit when we saw a Wendy's sign. We went across the bridge, but we didn't see a Wendy's, so we kept driving. We lost track of time while talking for 20 minutes, and that's when we realized there was no restaurant out there. The road suddenly bent to the right, came to a stop at a T intersection. The sign said I-85 was to the right, so that's the direction we went. We were planning to go get food at the next exit, but 5 minutes down the road, we saw an empty gas station and Wendy's. We also needed gas, so we went there first. And another vehicle pulled up at the gas pump across from ours. An old man got out, froze, and stared at me in silent horror as I pumped gas. He managed to finish his business before me and left quickly. My soul shivered, but I filled the tank. I pulled into the Wendy's drive-thru. The server sounded like a tired robot and also stared at us like an unblinking zombie. We got our food and couldn't wait to leave. But just before driving off, I looked at the gas station, and the same creepy man was back in the same spot. He was staring at us, completely silent and still. We drove off quickly, following a sign towards the interstate, but eventually it felt like we'd been driving for too long without finding it. We decided to turn back and retrace our route to Wendy's. It wasn't long at all before we reached the place where it should be, but it was gone, and so was the gas station. This time, we turned left at the T intersection, and we made it to the interstate just fine. We ate our ghost Wendy's in silence. We were halfway home before anyone had the gumption to talk about what had happened. For the last month, I've been visiting my boyfriend in Germany, and I've been hearing strange noises in his apartment. There's been scratching in the walls, heavy footsteps and thuds, but nothing super crazy. I just thought his neighbors were being weird, but apparently he only has one neighbor, an old man who lives on the opposite end of the hall. The rooms on either side of us are empty. He even confirmed it with the landlord. Last week, he told me about a shadowy, tall man with gray eyes who would sometimes open his door and peek inside. The first few times it happened, he thought it was an intruder, but it only ever peeks at him from the crack in the door. The apartment is entered through the hallway, and then there's a door to the bedroom. This entity can unlock the front door and open the bedroom door, just enough to look in on him. My boyfriend tries to ignore it. To be honest, I thought he was experiencing signs of schizophrenia, or trying to scare me. But after last night, I believe him. We heard scratching again, so my boyfriend tapped on the wall, and it actually answered him. It even unlocked the door last night. Today, the entity moved a key from his desk to another counter, and I know my boyfriend didn't do it because I was too scared to sleep last night. He never left my sight until he went to work. I haven't seen the entity yet, but my boyfriend says that this is the first time it's ever moved something. We think it enjoys scaring me, so I'm trying my best to stay calm. This apartment building used to be a retirement home, and the other floors are full, but the rent is more expensive. Please help. This is my first time dealing with something like this, and I am beyond scared. We need help. I don't know what to do. An update. It came back again tonight. I mixed salt and water together like a comment on my previous post suggested, and I sprinkled it around the entry room. I think I made it angry. I went to get dinner out of the oven, but I was afraid the ghost might be behind the door. I made my boyfriend stand in front of it, and the entity started banging on the door like crazy. But when my boyfriend opened it, nothing was there. He thinks he saw it in the mirror, though. I'm sobbing. I can't do this anymore. I don't know how he's lived like this for over a year. Next day update. Thankfully, there was no sign of it last night, and the entry room was extremely warm. My boyfriend said it hasn't been that warm in the whole time he's lived there. So I guess that means we can tell if it's here or not by temperature. At 4 o'clock yesterday evening, we showered together, and things were fine until my boyfriend noticed the entity trying to open the bathroom door, but it couldn't do it. It was extremely cold in the entry room, and once we made it to the bedroom, I yelled for it to go away, saying it wasn't welcome. After a few minutes, the room warmed up again. Maybe the salt water did help a bit. I don't know what else could have weakened it. Maybe it has to do with me not being so frightened anymore. There's a recording from what we experienced at 1:07 a.m., July 31st, 2022, which was my 40th birthday. We were parked at the north end of I-75 rest stop, between the Mount Morris and Montrose exits, right outside of Flint, Michigan, the place where you can't drink the water. We've slept down there hundreds of times, and the woods surrounding it usually inspire an eerie feeling. But we've never experienced anything like what happened that night. I fell asleep shortly after we got there, but my wife was still awake, fixing her hair when she noticed a long, white rectangle standing in the forest directly across from our car. A bright white light was pouring out of it, as if someone in a dark room had opened the door to one filled with insanely bright lights. Then she saw the outline of a shadow figure standing in the doorway. She said it gave off an intensely sinister, evil feeling as it stood, motionless, and staring at her. At first, she thought it must be a hallucination or a dream. She couldn't believe such a thing could really be happening. But once she realized it wasn't simply her imagination, she became frightened and woke me up. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw what she saw. A bright, white doorway with a shadow man staring at us. I immediately told her to get the hell out of there, and she did, quickly. We drove towards the rest stop's exit and parked, but as we drove away, this thing flew out of the portal with what I can only describe as angel wings. It followed our car across the parking lot. That's the part I recorded, though sadly, I didn't get any footage of the original portal. The entity entity looked like a robed angel, holding a staff with his arms out and head back. But it also looks like a portal with angel wings and spirits passing through. Then it shows 4 lights hovering above it. 2 are green and 2 are orange. We sat there, recording it and talking. But whatever this thing was, it didn't have the scary feeling my wife felt before. Now it felt calm, like it was protecting us. But after a while, we both got freaked out again and left shortly after. I know people will say the lights are from my dashboard, but we even debunked that in the video by holding my hands in front of the dash lights. A lot disappeared, but not this. The entity stayed, disappeared for a split second, and came right back. To leave, we were forced to drive right past it, and we saw it clear as day through the driver's side window. You can also see it in the rearview mirrors. This is not fake or some kind of scam. I've had the pictures and the video recording for almost 6 months now, and I need answers. If anyone has experienced this before, please take a look. Let me know what you think. Once, I was home alone while my mother worked the graveyard shift, and she still hadn't returned home when I woke up for school the next morning. It was summer in the South, which meant rainy days and endless humidity. As I looked out my bedroom window, I noticed something in the condensation. The letters RL were written there, as if someone drew it with their finger. And it was done from the inside, not the outside. The next experience is why I lean towards believing in these things, even though I'm a skeptic. It happened a few weeks after my favorite uncle died of a heart attack. There was a 3x5 picture of him on a wall separating the kitchen from the living room. Mom and I were sitting in the living room nearby, and her recliner was right next to that wall. We started talking about my uncle, and his picture suddenly flew several feet, landing between us. The first time this happened, we thought it was a crazy coincidence. But it happened multiple times. Whenever we talked about him, his picture flew over to us. We joked that he was just saying hello. It was never a scary thing. It felt more like he was watching over us. I have a couple more that are scary, but they're also longer. I'll save those for later in case anyone's interested. As a teenager, I got a little too interested in the paranormal, and my experiences started getting too intense. That's when I realized I may have been dabbling with something I shouldn't be, and I prayed for it to stop. Since turning 18, I haven't had a single experience. Even when I try to provoke one, it's like I'm cut off from it now. At this point, I don't know if I was awake or not, but it felt like it. Last time it happened, I still lived with my mom. This was the first time since I've been on my own. Last night, I dreamed of waking up paralyzed. I felt like I was taped to the bed. I couldn't move or speak. I could clearly hear an indistinguishable voice and loud footsteps pacing around my room. It just didn't feel right at all. I started a silent prayer that I'm somewhat familiar with. I'm not religious, I just knew I had to pray. I repeated it in my mind at least 10 times before the voices faded. I tried to move to see if I was awake. I managed to pinch myself a dozen times, but I couldn't feel anything. When I tried to sit up, I was pushed back down, and I tried to yell, but nothing came out. I couldn't see anything around me, but I finally managed to wake up, and immediately pinched myself to ensure it was real this time. The other occasions at Mom's house weren't like this. I wasn't paralyzed to my bed thinking I was awake while I was really dreaming. Well, it probably was a dream anyways. I don't know. The voices, though, they were different this time, too. Yes, I do have sleep issues, I know that. But for the last couple of months, I've been trying to adopt a healthier sleep schedule. But it doesn't seem to be working. Whatever happened last night just felt too real to be just a dream. I need help figuring out what I saw today. It's June 1st, 2022, and around 9:30 p.m., I went to my grandma's house in hopes of getting a jacket. She lives behind someone's house, and we know them pretty well, so I cut through their driveway. Using the alleyway is kind of weird since I'm still a kid. Grandma has a tree in front of her house, and the owner put a 2 to 3 foot tall wooden board against it. I heard a sound while walking and quickly turned on my phone's light, pointing it at the sound. Behind the board was a deer's head with white eyes and a human body. I live in a city, so deers aren't exactly common. I was frozen only for a moment before running to Grandma's house, terrified and pounding on her door. She wanted to know why I looked so frightened, and I told her it was because I saw something. Knowing I don't scare easily, she offered to walk me home, but as we went to leave, my dad ran in. He wanted to know where we were going, but he didn't know what to say when I relayed what happened. I've seen a lot, but nothing has ever scared me like this. I could really use your help. So, the solar eclipse from 2017 sort of turned into a mini holiday for the US and my state. It happened about midday, and at work we were encouraged to step outside when it started. I saw it with everyone, and then I went back inside. I was about to resume my work, but for some reason, I went back outside instead. There were still a few people standing around, and when I looked up again, I sensed a powerful entity traveling with the eclipse. It wasn't visual, it was just a strong impression. I sensed it was the spirit of revenge, traveling with the eclipse and taking notes of the abuses people have inflicted. It was looking down at the population in large swaths, and it sensed me looking at it too. It didn't seem like it had much time to stop and think about someone like me. It was a short experience, but it left a strong impression. The day-to-day lives of humans are barely a blip on an angel's radar. I'm also irritated that I'm not spiritual. I feel like a spiritual person should have been the one to see it. I mentioned it to 2 people on Facebook and my mom. Plus, I mentioned it on Twitter months ago, but on some level, I was waiting for someone important to say something. When I was 10, I went to bed at 8:30. My mom had a TV in her room, so I used to fall asleep watching cartoons, and she'd move me to my room later. One night, while I was still in my mom's bed, I woke up to the door opening, but I didn't look to see who it was. I just assumed it was my mom. We were the only 2 living in the house. I heard footsteps coming towards the bed, but then they stopped, and nearly 5 minutes passed before I felt someone lay in the bed and put their arm around me. Neither of us said anything, and she didn't move me to my room, so I figured she was letting me sleep there that night. I eventually drifted off again, and when I woke up the next morning, my mom was gone. I found her downstairs, sleeping on the couch, with the title screen for Pretty in Pink playing in the background. She woke up and asked what I wanted for breakfast, but I only wanted cereal. Before going into the kitchen, I thanked her for letting me sleep in her bed, but she was confused. She thought I slept in my room. When I told her no, she said she'd fallen asleep on the couch. I reminded her that she came to bed, and she looked even more confused. She insisted she was downstairs the whole time. I tried jogging her memory with more details, like how she also stroked my hair, but she was horrified. It really hadn't been her. For the record, Mom does not have a history of sleepwalking. To this day, we're still freaked out by this. We don't really like to talk about it. It never happened again, and we've never had any other paranormal experiences either. Today, I was walking in the park while it was very windy and raining. In the northwest corner, there's a path leading to a pedestrian crossing where 2 roads meet. That's where I was going when a woman startled me. She was suddenly so close that I assumed I simply hadn't noticed her. She looked to be in her mid-20s, average height. She wore a light blue outfit with a woolen hat. She was walking very slowly despite the poor weather conditions and the fact that it was only 50 degrees out there. I was slightly unsettled and embarrassed for being caught off guard. So I walked parallel with the path to avoid getting too close. I stalled for a bit, expecting her to gain some distance, but when I looked up again, she was nowhere to be seen. I looked around, but no one was there. And the traffic was quite busy. There wasn't even anyone similar enough that I could have mistaken her appearance. No one was wearing a light blue outfit with a hat. She didn't pass me. She didn't turn back. The park is roughly a mile long and over a quarter mile wide. It was daytime, with very few people around. She wasn't wearing a coat, but her eyes were dark. I'll never forget the slow, creepy way she walked. I know I saw a real person. I looked right at her. It wasn't a corner of the eye thing. Could I have missed something? I want to say that she was a ghost, but it could have just been a real person. The period of time from when I first saw her to when she vanished is very strange. If she was a real person, where did she go so fast? There was at least 50 feet of open space to the nearest cover. This is something that happened a number of years ago when I was living in an old house that dated from around 1900, seemed to be mildly haunted. My cat liked to play and run up and down the long hallway of the shotgun shack, and she seemed to be playing with some kind of spirits. They were never clearly visible to me. The most I ever saw were vague orbs of light. There were also occasional breezes from nowhere that would move curtains, but I usually dismissed those as just being an old, drafty house. One day, I was trying to recreate a sound someone else in my band had heard during a supernatural experience. When I managed to create a waveform on my synthesizer that they felt matched, it had a strange effect on the synthesizer, where every other key on the keyboard ended up with its own unique and odd sound that didn't match the waveform I'd just created. This should not have happened. I created one waveform that should have mapped over the keys in different pitches. It should not have created a bunch of different sounds for each key. As we continued to work on the piece, I saw something invisible lift a curtain that was hanging in a doorway to enter the room. We decided to run with that theme, and the song ended up being about ghosts. On December 29th, 2022, I was traveling from Santa Barbara to a small town in the middle of Nevada. Pending how late it was, I'd either stop for the night or continue towards home. There were 4 people in the car, and 3 of us saw a lady with a pale white face and dark, scraggly hair extending past her shoulders. She was wearing normal-looking, clean clothes. But the thing that freaked us out was the fact that she had no face. The 3 of us who saw her are 100% sure that she did not have a face. It was almost 6 a.m. The sun hadn't risen yet. Suddenly, the fog began closing in, and we started seeing weird road signs that made no sense. They appeared more and more frequently until they were only 5 feet apart. This might be related to the faceless woman, or maybe it wasn't. I don't remember the actual road, so I'm not sure if those signs were in our world or if we were in theirs. I'm sorry there isn't much detail, but I'm sure I wasn't asleep. I was far too anxious to sleep, and we were only a few minutes away from our Airbnb. When I was around 19, my friend Jeremy and I decided to explore a stretch of the Green River. Neither of us had ever paddled before. We'd both been kayaking for years, and between us, we knew pretty much every bend, rapid, and sandbar in our area. But this section was further out, less maintained, no campgrounds. We'd figured that we'd make a day of it. The first hour or 2 was pretty peaceful. It was mid-July and the water was calm. The weather was literally perfect. The river wound lazily between tall, moss-covered banks. No houses, no boats, not even footprints along the shore. It was like we'd dropped into a different time. That's why the bridge didn't make sense. We came around a bend and there it was, an old wooden bridge spanning the river, narrow, with thick beams and planks, weathered gray. It didn't look like anything modern. No guardrails, no signs. The road on top was so overgrown with grass and weeds, it looked more like a forgotten trail than something you'd drive on. I slowed my paddle and looked at Jeremy. You ever seen this before? He shook his head. Nope, I've been through this section, I think. We let ourselves drift a little bit closer, and as we did, I noticed it was cooler. And that smell of river, the mud and plants and warm fresh water, it was gone, replaced by something faintly metallic. We ducked under the bridge, and the world went strange. The water slowed until it barely moved at all, like we'd paddled into a still pond. The sound of the current vanished, replaced by a soft, steady whispering. Not wind or leaves, more like people talking somewhere out of sight. I couldn't make out the words, just the rise and fall of voices. I glanced over at Jeremy to see if he heard it too, but he was staring straight ahead, jaw tight. I didn't ask. We kept paddling, figuring the weird atmosphere would pass over once we got further downstream. After what felt like an hour, I saw something ahead. Another bridge. It wasn't just another bridge. It was the same bridge. Same sagging, weathered planks. Same moss growing along the supports and the same tangle of vines hanging off the side. But this time, we were approaching it from the opposite direction. That was impossible. We'd never stopped, never turned around, and rivers don't flow in reverse circles. I felt panic starting to set in. Jeremy was the one who made the call. We're not going to go under it again. We paddled to shore instead, dragged the kayaks up the muddy bank, and started hiking. The woods were dense, but we eventually stumbled across an old game trail, and it led us back to the river, maybe a mile upstream from where we'd started our detour. From there, we paddled straight back to the car without saying much. That night I pulled up Google Maps to try to figure out what we'd seen. There's no bridge in that area. Not even an old one. Nothing but forest and river. I still don't know what happened out there. But I've been back to that section twice since then. And no matter how far I paddle, I can't find that bend in the river again. And that bridge, it's not there. The house I live in was built in the 1800s. It smells like old wood and dust, but it's charming. My family, though, they call it exhausting. It survived 2 world wars and 100 small tragedies that you can feel in the joints when the floorboards sigh. One of the previous owners had 2 sons, my grandmother told me once, and both of them took their lives in the house. She said it quiet, like it was a fact that she'd set down and walked away from. And maybe that's why everyone else in my family speaks about the place in half sentences. When you grow up in a house like that, you learn the language of creaks and doors. You learn which noises are the house settling and which noises are the house remembering. For a long time, I tried to be rational about the rest. The cold patches in certain rooms, the way lights behaved like they had minds of their own. Then, when I started to notice the animals, rationality ran out of the room, and I stopped pretending. We have a dog and 2 parrots. They're ordinary animals in all the ways that keep them alive. They want food, they want shade, they want to be let in and out and petted. But they also do things animals don't do, unless there's a direction to follow. The parrots, dumb, loud, territorial things, will stop mid-preen, turn their heads in perfect unison as if someone has walked into the room. Their beaks click in the same rhythm, eyes focused on a space between the cabinet and the wall, where nothing lives. The dog will wake up from a nap and follow a path across the living room with his head tilted, tracking a thing that no one else can see. If I walk past, they follow me the way the animal follows a person, but more often they behave as though there's something else in the house and it's not me. At some point, my brother slept in the room that used to be mine. When we were small, he refused to go to bed there. He'd sit in the hall in his pajamas, tell my parents he heard voices. Voices, plural. I remember him wrapped up against the radiator, eyes too alert for a 6-year-old. My parents let him sleep with them for months, until the incidents wore thin, and finally, they put him in my old room when I moved out. After that, he slept fine. Never a complaint again. I like that. The idea that a room could be offended, could be mollified by someone else's presence. I also like that it makes no sense. There's a whole floor of the house we don't use. It isn't haunted in the movie sense. No chains or shadowy figures that jump out of wardrobes. It just sits. There's a central hallway with a motion-activated light that the previous owner installed decades ago. When you walk up the stairs to the attic, you pass the landing, flash past the detector, and the bulb clicks on like a polite old-fashioned butler. I sleep in the attic now. The motion light has a sense of humor. It will come on when I'm within its range. That's what motion lights do. But sometimes in the middle of the night, it clicks on while no one's walking under it. I can stand in the attic and watch the stairwell flood with that thin yellow light, and there will be no footsteps, no shadow moving across the grain of the wood. Once it turned on 3 times in an hour. Each time it hummed, came on, and then stilled, as if it were checking to see if anyone wanted to return the greeting. Cold spots are the other thing. They're not drafts that have some explanation. They're pockets of air that announce themselves like a slap. You walk through a room, and the air on your skin grows sharp, like sticking your hand in a bucket of ice water. The attic is full of them. I put on extra blankets even in late spring because my feet will get cold no matter how many socks I wear. Once, halfway through the night, I woke because my face was numb. The window was closed. The cat was curled at the foot of the bed, breathing slow and steady. I lay there and counted the soft noises that it makes when a house sleeps. The heater sighing, the dog shifting downstairs, a car passing. And then I felt something brush the top of my head, a sensation like cold fingertips tracing the hairline. And the hair on my arms rose in a way that had nothing to do with fear, but everything to do with recognition. I used to sleep with the bedroom door cracked open. Now I shut it. And I still hear the house. Doors will click in the other wing at 2 a.m. The parrots will make a sound like someone clearing their throat and then fall silent. My brother once woke me in the middle of one of those nights. He stood in the doorway of my attic, eyes red, whispering that he'd heard someone call his name. I didn't go downstairs with him, and I told him not to talk about it, because we both understand how things get worse when you put words on them. People ask if I've ever been alone in the house when it does things. I tell them yes. There's a particular evening that I think about when the evidence of the house became a detail I couldn't ignore. I was making tea in the kitchen. It was a routine where your hands move while the rest of you drifts. Autopilot. The dog was asleep by his bowl. The parrots were arguing about nothing in their cage, the same shriek that they use when someone walks into the room. I was halfway through stirring the tea when both parrots stopped. They turned, their heads cocked in perfect, painful symmetry toward the back door. The dog woke and sat up, ears forward, eyes on the same thin strip of space between the broom closet and pantry wall. For a full minute, everything in the house held still, the way that air does before a storm. No one opened the door. No one came into the kitchen. The light of the motion detector in the stairwell clicked on, slow, polite, and then turned off. The dog put his head down and went back to sleep like nothing had happened. The parrots resumed their debate. I carried my tea upstairs, hands shaking albeit, and I slept with the light on. Over the years, I've tried to catalog rational causes. I bought a new motion detector just to test the old one, and the new one behaved. The house's wiring has been inspected. The drafts have been sealed. I'm embarrassingly scientific about it all, keeping notes on my phone like a bad novel's protagonist. Time, animal behavior, bulb activation, weather. But the notes only collect evidence. They don't offer a theory that satisfies. Sometimes I think about the two sons that the house used to have. Maybe that scares me because it puts a fact next to a feeling, and they sit together like two strangers at a train station. Maybe that's what the house keeps. Echoes. Maybe those echoes live in the unused rooms or in the cold pockets, and in the way that the parrots will stare at nothing until you feel naked. Like someone removed a layer of the world that you don't get back. I'm really just sharing this because it pertains to what's always shared here. I'm not looking for closure. The house is what it is. You learn to live inside its moods the same way that you live with people who have a temper or bad days and small, aggravating obsessions. I have my rituals now. Extra blankets, leaving the starlight on in the deep hours, feeding the parrots at the same time every morning so they cannot surprise me by being awake. I tell myself that these rituals are rational, that they dull the edges. And yet, on some nights when the house settles, the neighborhood is a soft animal. The parrots will go quiet, and the motion detector will click, and a cold will come through the seams of the attic, like breath through a keyhole. I'll lie there, and I'll feel watched, not by eyes that I can name, but by attention that belongs to a house that's outlived 3 centuries. It's patient. It knows how long to wait. It's been around the block a few times. I try to imagine moving. I really do. But then I stand in front of the dormer window and I watch snow fall in the lanes. And I remember my father fixing the porch light and my brother laughing at cartoons, my mother making food. I just think we're all so lucky to still have this house. And I think maybe the house is also a memory and stubbornness and all the small, loud ordinariness that makes up life. The animals follow things with their heads. The lights click at nothing. Cold lives in certain corners. But I've lived with these facts the same way that I've learned to live with the creeks. As part of a grammar you can learn to speak in. You can learn the house's language. But I don't think you should learn to answer it. Some nights, though, I whisper goodnight anyway. I don't really expect an answer. I guess I used to. But I've stopped waiting for one. I used to think that sleep paralysis was just an internet campfire story, something people exaggerated to scare each other or to get attention. I don't really think that anymore, obviously. And sometimes, honestly, I really do wonder if it's more. The first time it happened, I was in college, running on no sleep before finals. I knocked out on my back, rare for me, woke up in the middle of the night to silence. Not just its late and quiet silence. It was heavy, like the whole room was padded. I tried to move and I couldn't, not even twitch. My chest felt pinned down. At first, I thought the blanket had bunched up, but no, it was pressure, centered, like someone was sitting on me. Every breath came shorter. And then I saw something. It wasn't standing at the corner of the room or by the closet. It was on me. A shadow shaped like a man, crouched low with his head bent forward, inches from my face. No features, just darkness that somehow felt heavier. Its hands pressed into my sternum. I swear I could feel each finger, ice cold, digging down as if it wanted to open me up. The harder I struggled to breathe, the harder it leaned, like it was pulling the air straight from my ribs. My vision tunneled. I thought I was going to die there, crushed in my own dorm bed. And the last thing that I'd see was this faceless shape, drinking me in. Then snap, I was free. I bolted upright, chest aching, gasping like I'd surfaced from deep water. I wanted to believe it was just a dream, but in the morning, I had faint bruises across my chest in the shape of hands. Had I done it to myself? Doubtful. And it didn't stop there. It came back. Not every night, but often enough to make me dread sleeping. Always the same. Paralyzed, weight pressing down, shadow crouched over me. Closer each time. Sometimes I could hear it. Not words exactly, more like a vibration in my ears. Sometimes drops of something cold would fall onto my cheek, and I'd lie there helpless, trying to scream with a mouth that wouldn't open. One night it pressed so hard I thought my ribs cracked. My vision went white around the edges. I felt myself slipping away, like I was being pulled through a funnel out of my own body. At the last second, I managed to grunt, and just like that, I could move again. I sat up, coughing. My chest was literally on fire, and sweat was plastering my shirt. That was the night I stopped sleeping on my back. But avoiding it didn't stop the bleed through. I'd catch glimpses of it awake. Reflections in glass doors behind me, a tall shadow in an empty hallway. Once in the shower, I wiped steam from the glass, and I saw 2 dark handprints, chest height, pressed against the other side. By the time I blinked, they were gone. The worst part was when my roommate, who knew nothing, asked why I was pacing the room at 3 a.m. He said he woke up and he saw me standing in the corner, silhouetted by the hallway light, just watching him. Except I hadn't moved from my bed. So who did he see? That was when I started crashing on couches, anywhere but that dorm. The less I slept there, the less it came. It's been years. I don't really get it often anymore. Maybe twice a year. But when I do, it's not as intense. It makes me feel like something in that dorm really was off. I worked at a rowdy little dive bar in my early 20s. The floor was always sticky. The neon sign was always half-lit. The regulars knew every bartender by name. It wasn't glamorous by any means, but it was always packed, always loud. I learned more about people in those few years than I probably have in the rest of my life combined. One night, though, the bar became something else entirely. It was a weekend, busy as hell, when a couple burst through the doors. At first we thought that they were just another drunk pair, looking for a late-night drink. But the energy was wrong. They were frantic, looking over their shoulders. Within seconds, it was obvious they weren't just hiding from an argument. They were hiding from the law. Turns out they were on the run. Law enforcement was close behind, and they tried to disappear into the crowd, pushing through people as if they could blend in. It didn't work. The place erupted into chaos as officers poured in. And before long, the entire scene spiraled into a standoff. It ended violently. A heavy shootout right there at the bar, and both of them were killed. For weeks afterwards, the place felt different. The regular crowd came back, the music cranked up, security increased. But when the lights dimmed and the noise died down, there was this strange heaviness, like the bar itself had remembered what happened and was grieving every night. It started small. A few of us closing up at night would hear things, faint voices, like someone calling a name. The strangeness, of course, being that no one else was around. Sometimes it was clearer, or like a muffled conversation carrying from an empty corner. At first, we brushed it off, figured that sound just bouncing off of old walls. But over time, it happened too often to dismiss, and investigations would lead to nothing. The jukebox was something that really got us, though. This was back before everything went digital, so it was the old school kind. Rows of CDs, plastic tile cards that you had to scroll through with a keypad. Quarters feeding the whole machine. During a busy night, that thing ran constantly, blasting the same handful of songs over and over again until you thought your brain would melt. But after hours, when the last drunk stumbled out and we were sweeping up, the jukebox would come alive on its own. At first, it was random songs blaring without anyone touching it, which was bad enough. But what unsettled us most was catching the machine in the act. Every now and then you'd glance over. You'd see the little plastic tile cards flipping back and forth, as though someone invisible was carefully browsing before making a selection. No coins, no hands near the buttons, no one close enough to explain it. Just a jukebox choosing for itself. And it wasn't just one or two of us seeing it. Everyone who worked there had their own moment. The first time it happened to me, I nearly dropped a tray of glasses. I stood frozen, watching it flip through albums, land on a track, and then, without hesitation, the music started. The rest of the activity was typical haunting fare, but no less unnerving. Lights that would flicker so often we stopped bothering fixing them. Bulbs that burnt out after only a few days. Pool cues tipped over from the racks when no one was near them. I even heard, more than once, someone say my name, clear as day. When I was alone at the bar, a couple of times, I thought that it was one of my coworkers calling me from across the room, only to remember I was the only one there. And on the rare occasion where more than one of us had heard it, a name specifically, we'd exchange uneasy glances, but never talk about it for long. No one wanted to admit to how much it rattled them, and no one wanted to respond to it. Over time, we did start joking about it. Our phantom desperados, as one of the bartenders liked to call them. It made sense in a way. Two people had met a violent, desperate end inside those walls. Maybe a piece of that chaos, that panic, stayed behind. Maybe they were still trying to run or hide or just make their presence known. And I think about the officer that lost his life. I'm sure that's not how he wanted to go. Whatever the explanation, the bar was never just a bar again. After last call, when the music stopped and the crowd was gone, the building belonged to someone or something else. After my senior year of high school, I took an apprenticeship at a tattoo shop for the summer. When I called to ask about it, a guy named Jolly answered the phone, though he didn't sound very jolly at all. Most of the apprenticeship involved cleaning the shop, answering the phones, and practicing pulling my lines on fake skin. I'm pretty sure I tattooed over 1 million roses of all different styles and sizes. Jolly also was a lot nicer in person. Besides customers, he was usually the only one opening and closing the shop every day, so he was pretty stoked to have someone helping him, keeping him company. And to the man's credit, he didn't once try to get creepy with me. Jolly was always respectful, even threatened some guy who was coming in to get a chest piece done. It was going to be a $2,000 tattoo, one that Jolly tossed out of his shop to protect me from his harassment. That's why I never felt unsafe when he and I would be the only ones at the shop, hanging out after hours. While he looked through the bills and separated little piles of cash for them, I'd either be picking up or practicing. On a few of those kinds of nights, though, something would happen that really filled the remaining nights that I'd spend there with anxiety. It sank in my soul every time the sun set. Jolly wasn't too happy about the circumstances either, but he was able to maintain his composure way better than I could back then. We would hear the front door buzzer activate all the time, like a customer had walked in, but the shop would be empty when one of us would go check it out. A few times it happened while I was sitting behind the reception desk. I'd see the door physically open. There was never any winds or drafts pushing the air around inside. Jolly had already gone through all of the experiments trying to figure out why the anomaly would happen so often but sporadically, and only after the sun had set. That was just plain weird on its own, but what I thought was more unnerving about the whole thing was that the sensor that activated the bell was mounted just inside of the doorway, and the shop doors open out, meaning the door itself wasn't what would set it off. Someone would have to cross the threshold of the doorway to make it ding. But time and time again, the bell would sound and no one would be present. Jolly shared other little things that he'd seen happen around the shop since he bought the place. He had a record player in the corner that he'd rotate albums on throughout the day. He had a wall full of vinyls, a true collector, and his collection was extensive, but the only ones that he'd spin were old blues or jazz artists, saying that that was the only type of music that seemed to keep the place calm, settled. Any other type of music, he noticed it would stir up activity in the shop, and he didn't like dealing with that. Jolly didn't outright say that the building was haunted, but he also thought that talking about it could make it act up. It was part superstition and part first-hand experience that he kept these rules in the shop. Ignore the oddities, clean up anything that may have spilled over, and return to the task at hand. During the times that Jolly wasn't tattooing a customer, he was always up moving around, tinkering with things, really focusing on me with the fundamentals, more than he needed to. I was grateful to have so much of his attention to my progress, but it was probably the result of his insistence on staying mentally and physically distracted, trying to be too busy to bother. Not by me, but by the spirits, I guess. Even the age gap we shared, I tried to show empathy. Told him something like how I could understand how he was going about it. Weirdly, the goal of being distracted from a scary world is what got me into drawing. Since I was young, art had always been there for me. It was my companion when I was lonely, the therapist I communicated my feelings to. Sometimes, staying distracted is all you can do. I started to get choked up at the end of telling him this, and I remember Jolly's expression never changing. Our age gap apparently was too wide for him to return the empathetic gesture. Again, Jolly wasn't a mean guy. He was, however, a grizzled, old Algerian biker guy with a bunch of sailor tattoos that he got from a lifetime of service in the military. He probably stopped feeling real human feelings long before I met him. I don't know how I expected him to react, and I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when he said, "What? I'm not a sad baby. I'm angry these duppies keep messing with the shop." If it's the first time you've heard that word, it sounds racist, doesn't it? It made me pause for a second, too, when I heard him yell it. I asked, "Duppies? Doopies?" And he goes, "Booze. People without a body." In West Africa, a duppy is what they call a ghost. Jolly never acted upset or scared, but the consistent bad juju he'd been dealing with since he'd opened the shop, it had really started to take a toll on him. I think he was embarrassed, too. He felt bad that it was making me nervous, and so now the disturbances were progressively making him more upset. The uptick in his anger seemed to do exactly what he didn't want it to do, and that was to increase the energy. He said that they'd eat negative energy. It's food to them. If that's true, Jolly was hosting a buffet almost every night in the month of August. Business wasn't great either. His tattoo shop was pretty far off the main road, so he hardly got any walk-in traffic. Only a handful when I was there. People asking for small American traditionals that they'd pick off the wall or names. These tattoos didn't make him a lot of money. Unfortunately, I think I met Jolly at a low point in his life. If there was any peace still left inside, the constant stress and gloom had calcified it. You could tell the fake smile he wore, it no longer did what he thought it did. His smile looked more like a wince while he grinded his teeth. The more time we spent together, the more he felt comfortable showing his true feelings. My apprenticeship was ending at the end of August anyway, and so I didn't let his moods affect me. Every time I tried to go in there with a goal to soak up as much hands-on knowledge as I could, while simultaneously staying out of the way, and I did a relatively successful job at that. But I don't think that anything could have prepared us for what was to be my unofficial last day. Both of us were astutely aware of the growing tension inside the brick building. I think Jolly started associating me with the heightened energy, because as I did my best to stay out of his way, anything that would go wrong in the shop, he started blaming on me. I reminded him that his shop had been having problems well before I was there, and he would say, "Not like this. It wasn't like this until you came around." It hurt my feelings, and one night, a week shy of completing my apprenticeship, there was still a few hours left in the evening. Jolly had just finished up a client, and after they'd left, I was sanitizing the station and equipment. Jolly took off his gloves and went out back to smoke. I have my head down, focused on wiping and spritzing a vintage repurposed dentist chair, while I hear the front door slide open and the sensor chimed. I looked up, and standing in the doorway was a man with long gray dreadlocks. They reached past his shoulders. He was an elderly man, but he still looked to be in good health. He wore black pants with a silver wallet chain that hung low on his leg. He stepped maybe 3 feet inside and asked if Jolly was around. I told him he'd just stepped out. but he'll be back in a second. I asked if he wanted to schedule an appointment. I thought while we waited for Jolly, I could check the calendar for available dates. Though before retrieving the book with Jolly's schedule, I knew it was most likely going to be wide open, but I didn't want the customer to know that. For some reason, I thought that it would just look better as a business if it looked like you had something going on. It felt unprofessional to say, any day, any time, we'll be open, without even glancing at a calendar. I'm walking back toward the desk as I'm asking him this, and by the time I'm able to grab the book and pretend to flip through it, I'm still waiting for his reply, so I look up at him, but the shop is empty again. I don't think much of it. Maybe the guy changed his mind. I'd seen it happen before during my time there. Someone comes in, hears the whirl of needles, panics, and quickly reconsiders. A few minutes later, Jolly strolls back in. I tell him that someone came in asking for him, but I didn't get his name. He asks what they looked like, and I describe the man and say he had the same kind of tattoos that you do. There was one in particular that I described what it was and its placement because it was a very distinguishing tattoo on the side of his neck. It was an old Vegas slot machine with 3 of the 4 spinning things having come to rest, but the first is still spinning. The ones that have stopped say UCK, and the one that's still spinning at the front is between the letters L and F. I thought it was clever when I saw it. My description of the man and his tattoo made Jolly say, What? Where did he go? I say he left just a little bit ago, and that sends Jolly running out the front doors and around the store searching for this person. When he came back into the store, he was out of breath, asked if I told the man that he was there. I say yes, thinking that this is a good thing. But it's seemingly like an act of betrayal. Jolly starts locking all of the doors, telling me to pull the window shades down because now I'm in danger too. Hearing him say that in his gruff accent sends a burst of fright through my body. Thinking the windows were about to be blown out by gunfire or something, I get on my hands and knees and crawled into the back area. Eventually, Jolly met me back there with my purse and my coat, handing them to me, telling me to leave immediately. I started crying, begging him not to throw me out there. I was terrified he was going to show up before I could make it to my car. Jolly tossed my stuff on the table next to me, and then told me that I wasn't safe where I was anymore. But I was still too afraid to move. I was crying hysterically, but as quiet as I could, whisper screaming at him to please let me stay. Then he raised his voice over my tearful hiss and tried to explain to me in the best way that he could why it was better that I left. The man that I'd met was named Calvin Northman. He and Jolly were shipmates, but not in the military. Jolly used to own a fishing boat that he and 3 other men worked on. Him, Calvin, and 2 other guys. Something happens to Calvin on one of their fishing trips. He was accused of stealing by one of the other men. Things get out of hand, and Calvin gets ran through with a harpoon, in the front, out the back. They're miles from land, and as the 3rd guy is trying to keep Calvin conscious, the guy that did the impaling has his hands on his head, staring down at the blood and seawater washing over his feet, and he allows what he's done to sink in. When it does, in another act of sudden brutality, the man grabbed onto the metal chains of one of the big hooks that they use to pull the nets of fish in. It's not too sharp, but the end was still at a pointed tip. He used the metal chains and hoisted himself up, climbing the lever until he was just over the water and far enough that his head was above the hook, and then he could let go of the chain. The hook went through the soft part of his jaw, and his body swung over the waves. Jolly and the other man could only watch in horror as their comrade, hanging with the hook through his face, didn't die instantly. Instead, they were forced to listen to his gurgled, agonizing screams echo off the metal as he hung off the side of the boat. Then, Jolly described how the man used his hands to almost push the hook into his head, like he was pushing his body weight down until the hook went through enough skin for him to detach and fall into the ocean. With Calvin still barely alive, Jolly keeps the boat pushing forward, but Calvin dies before they can get there. I said, "Died?" "No, I swear he was right there," pointing at the entrance of the shop. He said that Calvin was angry that they couldn't save him, that they didn't protect him while he was alive. He came to Jolly in dreams. The night after his death was the first time he'd seen him, and ever since, Jolly had been living with a sense of unrest every day afterward, fearful that that would be the day Calvin took his vengeance. Adding, even the crewmate that was down there the whole time trying to save Calvin, he wasn't spared. He died a year later. A 34-year-old man, strong, healthy, died of a heart attack. Jolly said the only way a man like that could die that way is if he was scared to death. After saying all of this, Jolly again asks, demands that I get my stuff and that I go. I could hear the sincerity in his voice. He really didn't want whatever was coming for him to also come after me. I did as he begged me to do, leave and never come back. When he'd said it, I thought, no way. Even if I do leave, I'm coming back. But I never went back to the shop. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't collect my final drawings or thank Jolly for everything he taught me. I just left. And for a long time, I felt guilty about that. I still do sometimes. But some things are bigger than closure. I don't know if Calvin ever came back again after that night, or if Jolly's still in that shop spinning records, waiting for the next door chime. I only know that when I think about that summer, I don't remember the flash of the machines or the smell of the green soap. I remember the sound of that bell, echoing through an empty room. And I remember the way Jolly looked at me, like he already knew how his story ended. When I was 13, I woke up in the middle of the night, standing in front of my dresser mirror, my reflection staring back at me, my lips moving, repeating the same phrase over and over. The gift is coming. The gift is coming. The words felt rhythmic, almost like a chant. They were what finally pulled me into a full awareness. My mouth was still forming the sounds as I came to. My voice was flat and emotionless. The moment I realized what I was doing, a wave of unease washed over me. I talked in my sleep all the time, still do, but I'd never walked in my sleep before. I remember thinking it was weird, but eventually shrugging it off. I climbed back into bed, and by morning, the whole thing was little more than a passing thought. A couple of days later, my two friends came over. One of them had a Ouija board, which I'd never seen before and I didn't know much about. I played on it with them for a while, but it just spelled out random letters. Nothing made sense. Eventually I got bored and went into my room while my friends kept playing. A little while later, they packed it up, slightly disappointed. They wanted to walk to Dairy Queen instead. As we walked, I casually asked if anything had happened while they were playing. My friends just shrugged. Not really, one said. We were just asking dumb questions about our futures, like, will Heather get a boyfriend? What job will Elizabeth have? Stuff like that. Did it answer anything? I asked them. They both laughed. Not really. Mostly just gave random letters or stopped working. It was kind of lame. I remember asking, did you ask anything about me? Yeah, just a general question. Like, what does the future hold for Sierra? My stomach tightened for reasons I didn't really know. And I asked them. They glanced at each other before answering. That was actually the one time it spelled a real word. I hesitated, not sure if I wanted to know. What word? Gift, my friend said. Gift. A strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck. I hadn't told anyone about waking up in front of the mirror. I'd barely even thought about it since that night, but now, every detail came rushing back. The words I'd spoken in my sleep. The gift is coming. Something about it sent an unshakable unease through me. But what was even stranger to me at that age was my reaction. Normally, I was quite a talker. If something weird happened, I'd tell anyone who'd listen. But this time, I just said, "Oh." I wasn't scared. I wasn't worried about what they'd think. I just didn't want to talk about it. It felt like something that belonged to me alone, something I wasn't supposed to share. I'm 53 now. I only told this story for the first time about a year ago. It still pops into my head randomly, like an unsolved puzzle I was never meant to understand. I don't know if I ever received the gift. Maybe I already have it. Maybe I'll never know. Or maybe one day I'll wake up again, standing in front of a mirror, finally understanding what I've been waiting for. I wasn't a correctional officer, but I did spend some time in prison, and I had some crazy things happen that still give me chills to this day. I was a bad apple for sure in my younger years, which landed me in jail and eventually prison. Thankfully, I've gotten wiser and more law-abiding since. But during my time of incarceration, I had these particular dreams, which always involved the same kid who was always possessed by the end. And the weird part is, I was always fully aware in my dream. Not awake aware, but still in the dream nonetheless. I guess it's like lucid dreaming, except I didn't manifest this kid. He just was there. It's like this kid knew I was aware, and he would talk to me about the most hair-crawling things. He enjoyed the fact that it was scary to me, making me feel like all hope was lost. It was so vivid and real, literally felt like it was more than just a nightmare, and it was repetitive. I never had repetitive dreams before. At times toward the end, I would wake up but couldn't move. I couldn't scream, open my eyes, or anything. I was aware and what felt like fully awake through this whole process. From the dreams, to the conversations, to the paralysis. I finally broke down, told my cellie. He told me that I needed to read the Bible. I needed to pray, and that if it didn't work, then I was screwed. So I did, because at that point I was terrified to even sleep. It was that bad. And being raised a Southern Baptist, this seemed pretty logical. And honestly, it was only after I prayed and put the Bible under my pillow that the nightmares and paralysis stopped. I eventually stopped praying and putting the Bible under my pillow, thinking everything was fine, but I was wrong. It came back stronger and harder, almost like it was angry. The rest of my incarceration, I rarely missed a night of prayer or having my Bible close by while I slept. I don't have any clue what it was or have any explanation for why it happened only during my incarceration, but I do know that that's what made it stop and possibly saved me from going insane. Even if it is all in my head, I'm glad something worked, because those dreams, those experiences, they were worse than my actual time inside. I've been the school nurse in my district for a year now, which is long enough to know 3 things. Kids will fake a fever if it gets them out of math. Nobody actually eats the cafeteria meatloaf. They just shuffle it around on the tray. And my office at one school is haunted. Now, don't give me that look. I know how it sounds. I didn't believe it at first either. I thought it was just old pipes, maybe going stir-crazy from all the fluorescent lighting. But no, I've got stories, and they're mine. It started with whispers, I think. Little voices just at the edge of hearing, like a secret being shared in the next room. The first time I spun around so fast I nearly tripped over my rolling chair, certain that some kid had snuck in for a Band-Aid or a chance to dodge gym class. But the office was empty. No kids, no teachers. Not even Mr. Whitman, who seemed to wander in daily for ice packs and attention. But I'd heard the whispers. So, how do you explain it? Well, then came the laughter, all around the same time. But this wasn't the happy playground kind. It was different. Quick, breathless giggles, like someone was hiding behind the exam curtain and thought they were being clever. I pulled that curtain back with all of the authority I could muster, half expecting to actually see a third grader doubled over. But there was nothing but a cot, neat as a pin. I told myself, fine, you're just tired. Nurses don't exactly get 8 hours in a spa day. But I think what sealed the deal for me was the door incident. I like to keep the door cracked just a little, enough that I can see the hall but still have a sense of privacy. One afternoon, I was heading back into my office to do some paperwork. I noticed in the narrow silver line of light spilling in through the gap, and the line, clear as day, was a child's face. I saw an eye, the curve of a cheek, pressed right up against the crack, watching me as though they were behind the door. I fully expected that when I entered the office, I'd see the child. But, you guessed it, there was no one there. Empty as a tomb, which is not the phrase you want to use about your workplace, let me tell you. But it was empty. And that was the moment that I just stopped pretending, because you can excuse whispers, especially in a school. That goes for giggles, too. But you can't excuse a whole face pressed into the crack of a door and finding nobody on the other side. I'm just not that crazy. Now, here's the other thing. I'm not really afraid anymore. It's not scary, I guess. A year of this, and I've decided that whoever or whatever it is, it's just a kid. That's how it behaves. Mischievous, curious, not malicious. A peek, a laughter, a whisper. Nothing worse than the living ones, honestly. These days, when I hear a soft giggle, I just sigh and go back to charting. So yes, I think that office is haunted. But I've made peace with it. The students come here to rest when they're sick or scared. Maybe this one did too, once upon a time. Maybe they just never left. I was young when this happened, but I do remember it vividly. My parents got the house exorcised by a priest. My mom had claimed that she was seeing demons, but she was also manic. However, my father didn't argue. As the priest walked around the house, suddenly, a flood of roaches spewed out from behind the priest, emerging from the cracks in the pavement, in the floor, the walls, and fanning away from him like a wake, instantly disappearing as soon as they'd materialized. I've never seen insects act like one perfectly coordinated hive. Roaches scatter erratically and come in different sizes. These roaches were all exactly the same size and color, and they moved in perfect unison. It happened in seconds. My sister, who's also an atheist like me, saw it too. Of course, my mom explained that that was the evil itself leaving, but I could never fully trust her, you know. But still, I can't explain it. We never had bugs or roaches or anything like that in our house. It wasn't a dirty area. But I saw it. The obvious answer is a weird roach coincidence with the priest showing up. But I don't know. It was weird. I will say that my mom never saw demons again. Not after that. When I was younger, I spent half of the week living with my ex, Christopher, in central Paris, near Rue Carducci Park. It was easier to stay in the city since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. Christopher and I maintained a mutual friendship with his ex-girlfriend, Alice. I know, please don't judge me. Back in the day, the three of us slept in the same room and shared a powerful relationship together. It was almost like a love triangle, but anyway, my experience isn't about our personal story. Alice and Christopher are sensitive people who feel energies and spirits. I never judged them since I also experienced baffling situations, but hey, I wanted to stay pragmatic. I can't explain what happened on those nights when Christopher and I talked in our sleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning. It happened a few times, but I have no memory of the events. She was absolutely sure we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part is that we don't understand or read Latin. She even took notes when we realized some of the sentences were from the Bible, some of them related to Lazarus. While Christopher is a devout Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I've read and studied the Bible and other religious books, but I cannot tell you entire parts from my memory. Since Alice is sensitive to this invisible world, she felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I often laugh and talk while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin, especially because religion is often used by the media to play with our deepest fears. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data to do this seemingly impossible? Do you have any alternative theories? Could it be related to ghosts or other entities? Sometimes I think about this whole experience and I still can't figure out what happened. Thanks for your theories and possible explanations. A few years back, my cousin asked me to help clean out our late uncle's farmhouse. Most of the house was cluttered with what you'd expect: boxes of old clothes, rusted tools, stacks of newspapers. But when we got up to the attic, we noticed a small hatch tucked into the corner, barely visible behind some crates. It was padlocked shut. My cousin said he'd never seen it before. Neither had I. The side of that padlock pulled us in, and there was no way we'd ignore it. We pried it open. Inside was a crawl space no bigger than a closet. The wood inside was carved with strange shapes, circles intersecting at odd angles, lines that didn't form words but repeated over and over. And there was melted wax crusted to the floorboards. In the far corner were bones, small ones, maybe from birds or rabbits. We shut the hatch and we didn't say much after that. But that night I stayed in the guest room downstairs. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a faint scratching noise above me. It wasn't mice. It was heavier, like something shifting its weight back and forth across the boards directly overhead. The sound went on for minutes, stopping just long enough for me to wonder if I'd imagined it before it started again. In the morning, I told my cousin. He brushed it off. Old house noises for sure, nothing more. But when we went back up to check, the hatch was slightly open. One of the boards inside had been pushed outward, like something had tried to force its way through. And what's more, scratched into the floor beneath the bed where I'd been sleeping was a single word, jagged, deep in the wood grain. Mine. My cousin swore it hadn't been there the day before, and that he wasn't messing with me. We didn't argue about it. We just avoided the attic for the rest of the weekend and finished boxing up what we needed. I left early, telling him I had to work. Even now, years later, miles away, I sometimes wake up to the sound of scratching. I really honestly wonder if something followed me sometimes, but I try not to feed into it. But my real takeaway, sometimes things are locked for a reason. This was a while ago, when I was still in college. A group of us went camping one weekend in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't an official campsite, just a clearing near a creek that we'd found by following an old trail. We'd set up 2 tents, built a fire, and spent the night drinking beer, trying to scare each other with stupid stories. Eventually, most of the group had gone to sleep. There were 4 of us total, and I remember one of my friends, Ethan, had turned in early because he had a headache. He was out cold in the tent while me and the other 2 sat by the fire. That's when I heard Ethan's voice. It was calling my name. Not from the tent, though. From the woods. It came from deep enough that it made me freeze. I looked over at the other 2 to see if they'd heard it too, and both of them had their heads up, listening. Then we heard it again, clear as day. "Hey, Curtis, come here." In unison, we all stood up. One of my friends shouted back, asking if he was okay, but the voice just kept calling, sounding farther away. The thing is, it was identical to Ethan's voice. Definitely his voice, saying my name. I started to panic a little, thinking maybe he'd sleepwalked out of his tent and we didn't notice, though I couldn't figure out why he'd be yelling for us to come out there if that was the case. I grabbed a flashlight and went straight to his tent, unzipped it, pointed the light inside, and there he was, out cold, wrapped in his sleeping bag, breathing steady. He hadn't moved an inch. I stood there for a long moment listening, and from the trees, I swear I heard one last faint call, like it was moving even further away, but was still there. Obviously, I didn't go after it. None of us did. We packed up and left first thing the next morning. Ethan thought that we were messing with him when we told him what had happened, but I know what I heard. Well, we all do. Probably the most unsettling part was that I heard my name being called, but later the others admitted that they'd each heard their own name being called. This happened when I was living in a small 2-story house by myself. My bedroom was upstairs, facing the backyard. I remember waking up in the middle of the night because I heard this faint tapping sound. At first, I was half asleep and figured it was just a tree branch brushing against the glass. But then I realized there weren't any trees near that side of the house. Nothing that could have reached the window. The sound wasn't constant. It was like someone lightly tapping their fingernail on the glass every couple of seconds. I laid there listening, trying to convince myself that it was just something shifting in the house. Finally, I sat up, turned on the lamp, and walked over to the window. The second I got close, the tapping stopped. I didn't see anything outside, no shadows or movement, just the yard, still, quiet, and dark. I closed the curtain, told myself I was imagining things. I forced myself to go back to bed. The next morning, though, when I went to open the blinds, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. On the outside of the glass were faint smudges, like someone had pressed their fingers there. I still don't know how to explain that. The window was on the 2nd floor. There was no ledge, no ladder, no way for someone to reach it. It only happened that one night, but every time I think about it, I get that same uneasy feeling I had when I saw those fingerprints. rented this place last March, just a 6-month lease while I wrapped up work in the area. It was small, quiet, and backed up into the woods. Honestly, the listing photos made it look forgettable. But the second I stepped inside, something about it felt unique. I don't mean creepy, more like my brain was trying to process the shape of it, and just kept glitching. I even caught myself tilting my head at one point, like that would help. The rooms were normal, at least they looked normal. You could stand in the kitchen and measure everything out, and it all checked. But somehow, standing in it, I kept feeling like I was leaning slightly, or like the floor wasn't perfectly level, even though it was. I brushed it off. New house, new angles, right? For the first week or so, it was small things. I'd put my coffee mug in the sink, come back later, and it would be on the counter. My phone charger moved from the bedroom to the living room. Often. Harmless little things that you could explain away, blame a careless mind. Unless you live alone and are incredibly OCD. Then it's just you trying to remember if you finally lost it. The other thing was the clock. Every now and then I'd be mid-task, folding laundry, scrolling my phone, and my brain would blink, just for a second, like I'd glance at the clock and it would be 10 minutes later. Not in the I got distracted kind of way, in the I genuinely have no memory of what just happened kind of way. And I'm not talking hours here, just little slices of time missing. A few minutes here, a few there. Enough to notice, especially if you're me. It never happened when someone else was over, only when I was alone. Sometimes the light in the house would change, just slightly, like the color temperature shifted, not a power flicker or shadow, more like someone slid tinted glass in front of the sun for half a second. By the time I blinked, it was gone, or back to the same. And yeah, of course I thought about filming it, but it never lasted long enough. I'd grab my phone and poof, it was over. Every single time. I mentioned it once to a coworker. I was expecting them to laugh, but hoped they wouldn't. Instead, they asked, dead serious, if the house had odd angles. I said no at first. Then later that night, I noticed something. Not a single room had a perfect corner. The walls didn't meet in sharp 90-degree angles. They'd sort of curved, just the tiniest bit. Like a very soft bend you could only catch if you stared long enough. Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it, but I also couldn't photograph it. It never looked how it looked, if that makes sense. I could have probably ignored it, but the missing time got worse. One night I was reading on the couch. I glanced at the clock, 9:42. I remember thinking I'd make tea before bed. I put my book down, stood up, and then I was in the kitchen, the kettle already whistling. The clock read 11:17. I don't remember walking there. I don't remember filling the kettle. I just remember I stood up. A few nights later, I woke up at 3:03 a.m. I remember because I thought it was weird. The room was filled with this dim, weirdly flat light. Not bright enough to hurt my eyes, but definitely wrong for the middle of the night. I blinked and it was gone. I rolled over and fell back asleep, but I woke up again, 3:09. There was a cup of tea on my bedside table, still warm. I hadn't made tea before bed. I moved out when my lease ended. Told people it was because the place was drafty. The kitchen was too small. Both true, but not the real reason. Now when someone's telling a weirdest thing that's ever happened to you story, I sometimes bring it up. I tell them about the little house with no corners, where the light would shift, the clock would skip ahead, just enough to notice. And I always finish with the truth that I don't have an explanation for. I was only there for 6 months. But I think I lost more time in that house than I'll ever get back or know. Several years ago, I used to rent a one-bedroom apartment in a somewhat nice neighborhood. But I was meticulous about locking up. Deadbolt, chain when I was inside, everything. Because the neighborhood wasn't that nice. I double-checked the door every time I left for work. One evening, I came home and noticed right away that something felt not right. The door wasn't locked. At first, I thought maybe I'd slipped up. But then I stepped inside and I saw that things weren't where I left them. Not stolen, just moved. A picture frame slightly angled, the TV remote sitting on the opposite side of the couch, a chair pulled a few inches from the table. It was unsettling, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd been in a rush that morning. Maybe I knocked something over without realizing it. That explanation held until I went into my bedroom. On my dresser sat a small old-fashioned key that I'd never seen before. Not my key, not from any of the doors in my apartment. Just sitting there like someone had placed it carefully in the center. I didn't hear anyone come in. I didn't find any signs of forced entry, just the door being unlocked. I had the locks changed the next day, but the key stayed right where I left it. No locksmith could tell me what it belonged to. I asked at least 3 different ones. To this day, I wonder if someone broke in, or if it was something else entirely. I ended up throwing it away, but I can still picture it. I was 17 when this happened, back when smartphones weren't really a thing, and before anyone worried too much about private property signs out in the middle of nowhere. We lived in a dead-end town in West Virginia that didn't have much for teenagers to do, so we pretty much just made trouble wherever we could. Bonfires in the woods, hanging out in abandoned houses, train tracks, quarries, whatever we could find to break up the boredom. That night, we decided to head out to an old field just past a fence line where a long stretch of private land started. No one ever saw the owner, just a faded metal sign that said no trespassing, violators will be shot, that kind of thing. We'd been out there a couple of times already and nothing had ever happened. It was just an open field that backed up into a patch of trees and a collapsed barn. The perfect place to drink warm beer and pretend we weren't freezing our asses off in late November. There were 4 of us that night. Me, Derek, CJ, and a girl named Mallory, who I had a thing for quite a while. Never really said anything about it, though. I remember she was wearing one of those big flannel jackets, had a pack of grape-flavored Swishers tucked in her boot. That's how vivid some parts of the night still are, but the rest is like looking through a dirty window. You can make out the shapes, but the details are wrong or missing. We got out there just before sundown. I remember how pink the sky looked over the trees, like it had been smudged with charcoal and rust. We climbed that fence like we always did, walked down a gravel path, and spread out in the grass near the tree line. Derek was playing the guitar, and we all started drinking beer, not starting a fire yet. I remember seeing the light first. It wasn't bright. More like kind of soft mint green glow you'd see from a glow stick left out too long. It looked like it was hovering low in the field at first, but then it stood up. That's the only way to describe it. Like something that had been crouched and suddenly straightened itself. Tall, thin, glowing just enough to catch your eye, but not enough to light anything else around it. I don't remember what anyone said, if anyone said anything at all, but I remember the way the air was different. It was like pressure had dropped or the humidity spiked. My ears were popping. CJ pulled out a flashlight, shining it toward the thing. Then we heard a sound, It wasn't loud, but it was heavy in the head, a sort of high-pitched humming, not like a machine or a speaker, but more like a whine that came from inside your skull. It made my teeth hurt. Mallory dropped her drink. Derek said that he felt like he was about to puke. The flashlight flickered, not a normal one, like it was glitching. That's where my memory goes dark. We weren't running or screaming. It cuts. The next thing I remember is waking up in my own bed the next morning. No hangover, just silence in my head, like something had been there and left. I thought maybe I'd just gone home early, that I chickened out or fell asleep in the truck or something. But when I looked at my hands, the pads of my fingers were raw and pink, like mild burns. It was sensitive. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe I grabbed something hot by mistake, but it stuck with me. CJ didn't come to school that day, or the day after. When I finally did talk to him, he said he didn't remember anything either. Said he woke up in his living room, curled up next to the front door. I tried to bring it up casually, what we saw, what we heard, but the others just got quiet or shrugged like it hadn't been anything. Mallory wouldn't even look at me when I asked if she remembered the light. She just said something like, "We were drunk, probably nothing." But it was something. This happened a couple years back when I was working night security in an office building. Pretty basic gig. Sat at the desk, walk the halls every hour, make sure nobody's breaking in to steal printers or whatever. Most nights are dead quiet. Well, one night the alarm system kept pinging that a motion detector had gone off in one of the big conference rooms on the 7th floor. That floor was all glass walls, long tables, swivel chairs. I figured maybe a mouse or a glitch. The protocol says check it out. I walked up, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Nothing to worry about. Just the faint hum of the AC and that weird smell of carpet cleaner that never goes away. I was about to reset the panel when I noticed something in the glass tabletop. A reflection. It looked like someone was sitting at the far end of the table. Not clear, just a shape. Shoulders, head. The outline of a person. I spun around quick, thinking I'd caught somebody. But the chairs were all empty. When I looked back at the table, the figure was still there. Same spot. Still as stone. I leaned down closer, trying to make sense of it. The more I focused, the sharper it seemed, like it wanted me to notice it. My stomach did this little drop, the way it does when you miss a step. And then the reflection's head lifted. The room itself didn't change. The chairs didn't move. There was no one there. But in the table's reflection, the figure raised its head. I don't scare easy. I've walked in on junkies sleeping in stairwells, had drunks yell in my face, but this was different. It was silent and calm, like whatever it was had been sitting there for a long time, waiting for me to lean in close enough. I didn't say anything, I didn't touch anything. I just backed out of the room and pulled the door shut like I was trying not to wake somebody up. I reset the panel from the hall, which cleared fine. I had 3 more hours left on shift, and I couldn't make myself go back up there. Sat at the desk, staring at the cameras, knowing that table was reflecting something that wasn't in the room. For weeks after, I avoided walking past the glass walls, unless I had to. For a while after, reflections were just sort of eerie. Tried to avoid them. I've worked security at a lot of other places since then, and I'll tell you, it's pretty impossible to avoid glass walls or mirrors. But I've had nothing weird since, and I'm okay with that. I don't think I've ever told this story in full before, But when I was 5, my family lived in a haunted house in Chicago. And when I say haunted, I don't mean a couple of weird noises or those creaky pipes. I mean the kind of place where every family member, to this day, agrees that something was wrong there. A little history. The house was built in 1928, a big 6-bedroom, 3-bathroom place with tall ceilings and that old Chicago charm. Beautiful on the outside, but there was a darkness in it. I later learned that a man, a father of 2, hung himself in the basement in the 1970s. That was all the official history I could find, but honestly, it explained plenty. My parents were still together back then, before their split, and I was young enough to just accept the house for what it was. But even at 5 years old, I knew something wasn't right. The first clue was the basement door. Every single night, without fail, it would creak open. Not all the way or slamming itself, just a slow, steady creak. Enough to let you know that it wasn't shut anymore. At first, my sister and I tried to ignore it, but after weeks of this happening, we were too scared to sleep in that room. We begged to move, and eventually, my mom turned the basement room into her art studio to solve the problem. For a little while, that worked, until the day I saw the man. My mom was in the art room painting one of her trees. She'd admit herself that they weren't great, and I was sitting on the floor with my Barbies. I remember looking up at the basement door and seeing a man in a suit, just leaning against the frame, staring at her. Being 5, my thought was literally, who's the creepy guy in our house? So I told her. She turned around, saw him, and screamed, a full blood-curdling scream. It scared me more than the man did, because my mom wasn't the type to scare easily. I don't recall using the room after that. Now this next thing is almost embarrassing, but also one of the creepiest parts. My sister and I shared a bedroom by choice, and the entire time we lived there, we both wet the bed every single night. My parents had to put on plastic covers, and it was awful. It wasn't until years later, talking with my sister as adults, that we realized why. I asked her if she remembered how it just stopped when we moved out of the house, and she said, yeah, I finally stopped having the nightmare. Turns out we were both having the same kind of dream, every night for years, always a maze, always being chased. It would be a bear, a vampire, different monsters, same endless running, same fear. We'd wake up terrified and, of course, wet the bed. The fact that we both had those reoccurring nightmares and that they both ended the moment we moved, it still gives me chills. Then there was the little upstairs room. It was strange from the start. To get to the attic, you had to go through this tiny wooden room with a child-sized door. It looked like something from a fairy tale, only not the good kind. Naturally, we made it our secret playroom. It felt fun at first, having a hidden spot that no one else used. But the longer we played in there, the weirder it got. Sometimes the whole room would shake, like a train was passing through, even though nothing else in the house moved. Other times our toys would slide around on the floor, on their own. And the attic door, it had what felt like 16 locks on it. A regular-sized door, covered top to bottom in bolts, as if someone desperately wanted to keep it closed. Neither of us touched it. Not me, not my sister, not my parents either. It wasn't the scariest thing in the house, but it added to the feeling that the walls were keeping secrets. The last and maybe strangest part of all was Olive. That's what my mom called her anyway. My imaginary friend. But Olive wasn't imaginary to me. She was a little girl, about my age, maybe 4 or 5. Blonde hair, green jumper. We'd sit together and color, read books, have tea parties with my dolls. To me, she was as real as any kid on the playground. My mom humored me, probably thinking it was normal childhood stuff. But Olive didn't come with us when we moved. I never talked to her again, never mentioned her again. One day she was there, the next she wasn't. Looking back, I can't shake the feeling that she was tied to that house. We only lived there for about 9 months before leaving. 9 months felt like years to me. Since then, I've kept an eye on the house out of curiosity. It's been sold 13 times in 20 years. At one point, someone even turned it into apartments, only to renovate it back to a single-family home and put it on the market again. When I was 22, I went to an open house just to see it again. The place looked almost exactly the same, except for one detail. The little room upstairs, the one with the tiny door. It had been drywalled over, like it never existed. I was 5 when we lived there, but I do remember it like it was yesterday. The basement door that never stayed shut. The man, the one who scared my mom. The nightmares that haunted both me and my sister. The shaking playroom. And most of all, Olive. I don't pretend to know what was in that house, or why it clung so tightly to my family. But I do know this. We all agree it wasn't normal. And sometimes when I think about Olive and the way she smiled, the way she disappeared the moment we left, I wonder if she's actually still there, sitting in a hidden room behind a wall that isn't supposed to exist, waiting for the next kids to move in. If so, they sure don't stay long. So I hope she's moved on. My great-uncle swore he saw Viking longships in the North Sea during a storm. He never backed down from his story. It might sound a little far-fetched, but it's a story I grew up hearing from someone I trusted more than almost anyone else. My great-uncle, my granddad's older brother, spent most of his life in the Navy. He was one of those old-school sailors, hard jawline, rolled sleeves, voice like gravel. He wasn't the superstitious type, didn't believe in ghosts or aliens. If it wasn't something you could punch or swear at, it didn't concern him. But he told me this one story, only once, when I was around 11. It was retold to me by others, but he told me once, and I still think about it to this day. He was stationed somewhere in the North Sea. I don't remember the exact coordinates, but it was cold, bleak, and deep into the winter. Said that they were on patrol during a bad stretch of weather. Not a hurricane, but close enough. Gray skies, heavy winds, waves that made the deck feel like a seesaw from hell. He and a few of the guys were on deck duty that night, all of them roped in because of how violent the water was. Everyone soaked to the bone, goggles nearly useless with all the salt and spray. Visibility was awful, and most of the guys were just trying to get through the shift without puking or freezing. And that's when he saw them. He said it like this. We were riding a swell. The ship tilted up, and I swear on my mother's grave, we saw longships. Viking longships. 12 of them. Wooden, blackened by the rain. Carvings on the front, snakes and dragons or the like, just rising out of the water. Oars cutting through the sea in unison. He said they weren't lit. No lights, no motors, no sound but the storm. Just perfect silhouettes moving through the rain and darkness. Steady, like they weren't even affected by the storm, like they belonged there. One of the guys next to him saw it too and yelled, "What the hell is that?" But by the time the others turned, the wave dropped, and they lost sight of everything. Just black ocean again. He told the others, told the higher-ups too, and he got mocked for it. Guys joked about him needing glasses, about drinking too much, about ghosts of angry Norsemen coming to collect unpaid debts. You name it. But he never backed down, not once. He didn't even tell the story that often, only a few times from what I'm told, and almost always after someone else brought it up. But every time he did, his eyes went distant. He'd lean forward a little, lower his voice and say, "They were real. I wasn't hallucinating. I didn't hit my head. I saw them." I believed him. It wasn't just that he was family. He didn't really do ghost stories. I'd heard plenty of his sea tales about engines dying in the middle of nowhere, about lightning striking so close it fried a guy's radio pack. But this was the only one that ever felt different, like it haunted him, just a little. Years later, I asked him about it again. He was probably in his late 70s by then, mostly retired from storytelling. I was in college, studying Norse mythology of all things, and I wanted to hear it from him directly one more time. He chuckled when I brought it up and said, "Still thinking about those boats, huh?" And then he paused and looked out the window for a long time. There was no joke or punchline. He just said, "There are things out on the water older than you and me, older than steam or steel. Maybe they don't show themselves unless they want to. Maybe they never left." That was the last time we talked about it. He never did retell the story, but he passed away 2 years later. I still think about that night, what he saw, how sure he was. I choose to believe him, not because it's fun, but because he never asked anyone else to. A few years back, I visited Seattle for a long weekend with a couple of friends. We were bouncing between bars downtown. It was a blur of a night, few drinks here, few drinks there. But there was one place impossible to forget. Not because the drinks or the music, but because of what happened when I stepped into the bathroom. The bar itself didn't look like much from the outside. Faded neon signs above the door, black painted windows, a faint throb of bass bleeding into the street. Inside it was wall-to-wall noise, people shouting over one another, pitchers of beer slamming onto tabletops. The music was 90s grunge. The place looked like it had been stuck since the city's heyday. It felt exactly like the kind of dive you'd expect to find tucked between tattoo shops and pawn stores. After a couple of rounds, I excused myself to find the restroom. It was tucked away down a narrow hallway. There was an exit sign overhead. The door never closed all the way, so the sound of muffled music carried in behind me. There were 2 stalls and a urinal. The far stall was closed. I didn't think much of it. Someone was probably in there. So I ducked into the other one. The walls were covered in graffiti, layers and layers of it. Random names, crude jokes, strange little sayings scattered into the paint. It felt like being surrounded by the voices of everyone who'd ever been in there. I wasn't quite done with my business when the rattling started. At first it was subtle, just the clink of the latch being tested. Then it came again, and again, harder each time. My stall door was shaking. I looked underneath. There was no one next to me, no one in that stall. I looked in front of me. No one on the other side of the stall. So who was shaking the door? Bathrooms like this are always weird. People stumbling in, but there was nobody there. This wasn't somebody fumbling with the lock. This was something fumbling with the lock, but they had no feet. I could see nothing under the stall. The shaking got worse, loud enough that I felt the vibration through the thin wall. The latch clattered like it was about to snap clean off. My pulse was for some reason just in my throat. Every instinct screamed for me to run, but my legs wouldn't even let me get up. Then it just stopped. Silence. The door that had just been rattling like a madman was now perfectly still, locked tight. I sat there in the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring, waiting for something else to happen. It didn't. I forced myself up and unlocked the stall. I walked out without even washing my hands. As I pushed back into the bar, the noise of the crowd hit me like a wave. Nobody noticed that I looked pale, that my hands were shaking. My friends were still at the table, laughing like nothing was wrong. For a second, I wondered if I'd imagined all of that. If maybe it was just the building settling or some weird draft. But deep down, I knew better. I only went into that bar once, but even now, I just get a little bit anxious in a public restroom when I have to latch the door shut. Back in the early 90s, entertainment wasn't at our fingertips. It was at the mercy of the video rental store. If Blockbuster didn't have what you were looking for, you were stuck renting something called Death Worms 2 and pretending it was just as good. My friends and I were frequent customers, which is how I ended up with the cursed tape. It started like this. I was 17, my parents had gone out of town for the weekend, and my best friend Kyle showed up with a greasy pizza and a VHS that he swore was the scariest movie of all time. The tape didn't even have a label, just a strip of masking tape that said "Play Me," written in Sharpie. Obviously, this was the exact kind of decision-making that has killed thousands of teens in horror movies, but hey, the 90s were a lawless time. We popped it into the VCR, and there was nothing at first, just static. Then a flicker of a man's face. Not an actor, not some campy monster, just a guy, pale as a corpse, staring dead into the camera. Kyle started laughing like he'd pulled off the prank of the century, but when I asked him where he actually got it, he got cagey. It was just sitting on the counter, Video World, he said. They didn't even charge me for it. The man on the screen blinked. Then, in the cheeriest voice possible, he said, "Don't look behind you." Now, Kyle's the kind of guy who will throw popcorn at you during a movie just to watch you flinch. But we were both frozen. Because right after he said it, the lamp in the corner shut off by itself. I told Kyle it was faulty wiring, because apparently I like lying to myself in moments of crisis. We shut it off and switched to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Problem solved, or so we thought. That night I woke up at 2:13 a.m., sharp, to the sound of the VCR clicking. The thing had turned itself back on and was playing the tape again. The man's face filled the TV. He was closer this time. His eyes really wide, like he hadn't blinked for an hour. He whispered, "You left me alone." I yanked the plug out of the wall. It didn't matter. The screen played on anyways, buzzing faintly. Kyle, half asleep on the couch, mumbled, "Dude, just let it finish." Which, let me tell you, is not a normal response when you're watching a VHS possessed by Satan himself. The man on the screen said, "If you leave again, I'll come find you." That was enough. I grabbed the tape, ran outside in my boxers, and launched it into the trash like I was Michael Jordan. We went back inside, plugged the VCR back in, and everything seemed normal. But then there was static on the TV again, without the tape. And this time, instead of a man, it was Kyle's face. Same pale skin, same unblinking eyes, and his voice. "Don't look behind you." Kyle screamed at the exact same time as the TV Kyle. I didn't wait for Act 3 of this little performance. I unplugged the whole damn VCR, grabbed my keys, and made Kyle get in the car. We drove around until dawn, parked outside a 24-hour gas station like two exhausted fugitives. The next day, I tried to take the VCR to Goodwill. The old lady at the counter took one look at it, frowned, and said, "Not again." I didn't ask questions, just left it and bolted. Needless to say, I stream everything these days. Safer that way. I've carried this story with me for years, and though I don't usually post things like this, I feel compelled to write it down. Not as a ghost story meant to scare everyone, but as a kind of remembrance. When my daughter was 5, we moved into a small neighborhood. Every yard had a swing set or a garden patch, and you waved at your neighbors while bringing in groceries. Our home was simple and cozy, with a backyard where my daughter loved to play. Next door sat a house much like ours, except it had a small basement window just above ground level. They looked out into the side yard, shadowed most of the day. I hadn't really noticed them before, at least not until my daughter started waving at them. It began casually. She'd be chasing bubbles or riding her scooter, and then stop and wave toward the basement windows of the neighboring house. At first I thought she was pretending or maybe saw her own reflection, but she did it with such purpose, such familiarity, that it made me pause. One afternoon I asked who she was waving at. Without hesitation, she answered, "The woman with the pretty eyes." From then on, it was constant. Almost every time we were outside, she'd acknowledge this unseen woman. If I asked for more details, her answers stayed consistent. "She has really pretty blue eyes," she'd say. Or, "She smiles big like Fifi." Fifi is my niece, my daughter's cousin, and she does have that unmistakable, wide smile that lights up her whole face. To hear my daughter make that comparison between someone she loved dearly and this mysterious woman, it was both comforting and unsettling. I looked for myself more than a few times, more than I can count. I'd squint at the windows, lean to catch a glimpse, but there was never anyone there. No movement, no flash of color, nothing. Just still glass. And yet my daughter was unwavering. She'd wave, sometimes even giggle as though the woman had waved first. My husband and I didn't discourage her. We've always believed that children perceive things that adults no longer can, and she wasn't scared. If anything, she seemed to find joy in this invisible friend. So we let it be. We kept our unease to ourselves and instead allowed her to tell us about this woman with the pretty eyes whenever she wanted. Months passed and it became part of our routine. My daughter waving at the windows wasn't strange anymore. It was simply something she did. It wasn't until nearly a year later that the story behind it all finally surfaced. It was a Saturday morning. I was chatting with another neighbor over coffee. We talked about the usual neighborhood things, school events that'll be coming up, gardens, the weather. At some point, I laughed and casually mentioned how my daughter had this funny habit of waving at the basement windows next door. I told her, "She says there's a pretty-eyed girl over there who smiles like her cousin." I'll never forget the way my neighbor's face changed. The warmth draining, and she went quiet for a long moment. Then carefully she asked me, "Has anyone ever told you about that house?" And that's when she shared what she knew. 6 years before we'd moved in, the homeowner discovered a woman's body in the basement of that very house. The details were tragic. Out of respect and privacy, I won't use names or locations, but the case had gotten some attention. A young woman had been taken from this world, violently, hidden away in a place that no one should ever have to die. I went home, shaken. That night, after putting my daughter to bed, I sat at my computer and began to search. It didn't take long to find old articles, the archived reports, even a news clip or two, and when I saw her picture for the first time, I froze. There she was, a young woman with bright blue eyes, long brown hair, and a smile that lit up her whole face, wide and warm, just the way my daughter had described it, exactly the way she said, "She smiles big like Fifi." I sat there crying for a woman I'd never met, whose life had been cut short so cruelly, and yet who my little girl had somehow recognized across the years. From then on, I couldn't help but feel connected to her. I whispered to her at night, telling her I was sorry for what she endured, that she wasn't forgotten, that I hoped she'd felt seen and loved. My daughter eventually stopped waving as she got older, but I never stopped thinking of the woman in the basement. One day, years ago, my husband and I found out where she was buried. We went, brought flowers, stood at her grave, and prayed. And in that moment, I realized that my daughter, she hadn't seen a ghost in the frightening sense. She'd seen a person, someone who, in her innocence, she'd recognized not for her tragedy, but for her beauty, for her eyes, her hair, her smile, for the warmth that she must have carried in life. That's how I choose to remember her, too. I still think of her often, and whenever I see my daughter laughing with her whole face, I think of that woman's picture, her bright blue eyes, and how even in death she was not invisible. She was remembered, loved, given flowers. I think sometimes what lingers isn't meant to frighten us. Sometimes it's just someone hoping to be seen again. My entire childhood, my father and I used to take night walks due to his insomnia from late shift work. Our neighborhood is considered very safe and ultimately was an urban neighborhood. Besides one of the roads towards the back of the neighborhood, it was lined with thick forests, about 1.25 miles deep, which made a circle back in itself. All of these walks are very dear memories of mine, except for one where it ended up being the last one. Along the road with the tree line, there was a single streetlight to illuminate a small plot of land that someone owned but was very overgrown and ill-kept. It was very common for us to walk this road. We enjoyed the sounds of the forest, the lack of illumination, and also the ease of circling back. One ordinary night, we were walking, making conversation. My father abruptly stopped, pulled me close, put a hand over my mouth, crouched with me, and pointed toward the single illuminated plot, roughly 100 yards away. At first, I didn't see anything. I thought that he was pulling my leg, but just as I began to protest his grasp, I saw a small humanoid figure, roughly 3 feet in height, scrawny, with long limbs. It materialized out of the plot's brush line, and cautiously, it took in its surroundings before signaling toward the brush. After a few seconds, 2 other small humanoid figures materialize as well. After a brief moment of what looked to be a discussion, all 3 make a dash for the forest tree line. Once this happened, my father picked me up, threw me over his shoulder, and made a break for our home, which was roughly a 1/2 mile back. Mind you, my father is 6'5", 220 pounds, and I was roughly 120 pounds at the time, and he never showed any signs of slowing down due to his fear and adrenaline. After this night, we never took those late-night walks. He installed 4 bright motion detection lights around our acre plot, brought home a dog. The few times that I've tried bringing it up, he doesn't want to discuss it. Made it clear that he never wanted to. Those figures still give me chills, and the image of the 3 of them huddled together, it's very vivid, even 15 years later. This happened back when I was in elementary school, maybe 3rd or 4th grade. Our schoolyard was basically a big open lot with a blacktop and some faded basketball hoops, and then a huge stretch of grass that sloped down toward a row of trees. Beyond the trees was nothing but fields. To us kids, it seemed endless. We'd dare each other to run down there during recess, even though the teachers always yelled at us to stay close to the building. It was one of those cold, sunny days in early spring. The ground was still a little frozen, the air sharp. The sun felt like it was pretending to be warm, but it wasn't. Most kids were on the blacktop playing kickball, but I got bored, wandered toward the grassy part. A couple friends followed me, but they stopped halfway down the hill. I kept going. At the edge of the tree line, I saw something, someone standing there. At first I thought it was one of the older kids who'd snuck away to smoke or something. But this figure wasn't moving. It was standing perfectly still. And the weirdest thing was that it didn't look solid. It was like a shadow that had stepped out of the trees. Dark, human-shaped, but not solid. Its proportions were strange, stretched in some places. My brain was doing the kid thing where you try to make sense of something by telling yourself it's normal. Maybe it was a teacher. Maybe a coat rack left outside. But then it moved. Slowly. It lifted its arm and waved at me. Not a playful wave like, "Hi, come over here." It was this stiff movement, like a signal. I backed up a few steps and then turned and bolted toward the blacktop. My friends started laughing at me, asking what I saw. But when I pointed back at the trees, the figure was gone. "Didn't you see it?" They hadn't. One of the recess aides had been watching me. I remember she came over after the bell rang. Her face was pale. She asked me what I was looking at down there. I was embarrassed and just shrugged. She didn't push. But I saw her whispering to another teacher as we lined up to go back inside, and I thought that was strange. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The way it waved, the stiffness, the fact that it was gone when I looked back and that no one had seen it. The next day, I tried to avoid going near the grassy part, but I couldn't help sneaking glances at the trees. About a week later, I overheard two teachers talking in the hallway. They didn't see me, but I caught enough to piece something together. One of them said something like, "It's that same spot again." And the other said, "Oh, let's not scare the kids. It's been years since it happened." Years since what happened? Eventually, I did some digging, and it would be years later when I was in high school. I asked around and found out that a student really had gone missing from the field in the late 80s, long before I was enrolled. Supposedly, a little boy had been playing near the tree line during recess, and when the bell rang, he never came back. Search parties looked for weeks, but found nothing. The official explanation was that he ran away, but anyone who grew up in that town knew better. Kids whispered about it, parents changed the subject, and now every time I think back to that day in the schoolyard, I can't shake the feeling that the thing I saw, the shadow waving at me, was connected, like it was waiting for someone to see it. But I also wonder, had someone seen it before? Is that what the teachers were whispering about? So my grandpa's told me a couple stories over the years that he swears up and down really happened. He's not the type of man to make things up for attention, and honestly, he tells them so casually it almost makes him creepier. Like he'll just shrug and go, "Yeah, that was weird," and move on. The nightgown. This was back when he and my grandma were still fairly young. He said he was lying in bed one night, reading before going to sleep. The hallway was in his line of sight from the bed, so he could see if someone walked by. He swears he saw my grandma walk past the doorway wearing a nightgown. Not just any nightgown either, like a pale, flowy one, which immediately struck him as strange because she literally never wore nightgowns, ever. He thought maybe she decided to try one on, but it still made him pause. A couple minutes later, she comes walking in from that side of the hallway in her normal clothes, no nightgown. She climbs into bed next to him like nothing's off. So he asks, "Why did you change? Why'd you take off your new nightgown?" She kind of chuckles, stares at him. "Hun, I don't wear nightgowns." And that was that. Just the kind of answer that makes you question if you're losing your mind. And he swears on everything that he saw her double. The second one, the computer. This one is less personal and more just physics-defying. They had an old desktop computer that sat in the middle of this large circular table in their basement. Grandpa made a point of telling me it was smack in the center of the table, not on the edge, not on an angle, nothing like that. It wasn't one of those wobbly card tables either. It was solid wood. One night, he and my grandma were upstairs when they hear this huge crash from the basement, like loud enough to make them both jump. They immediately run downstairs to see what fell. The computer's on the floor, completely wrecked. Grandpa said he just stood there staring because there was no way it could have toppled off on its own. It wasn't near any edge. There was no cat to knock it over. No one had been in the basement. And it wasn't like it slid. The thing was heavy, and the distance from the center of the table to the floor, it made no sense for it to just fall. He insists to this day that something pushed it, or picked it up and dropped it. He's told the story for years and never changes the details, never tries to embellish it. Just, the computer was in the middle of the table, and the next minute it was smashed on the basement floor. I was in junior high when this happened. I had plans to hit a party with a couple of friends just to get together near our school. It was already dark when we hit the road, cutting through a stretch that ran between some older farmland and patches of woods. Not much traffic, not much light. It was definitely a more forgotten road. And on that road we saw something. It came out of nowhere right across my windshield. A massive bird, easily larger than any owl I'd ever seen. Its wingspan extended at least 2 feet beyond either side of the car, and I instinctively slammed on the brakes. For a split second, it hovered in front of us, just above the hood, and that's when I could see its face. It wasn't an owl's face, not even close. It had the face of a baby, pale, almost sickly gray, could have been made of stone. Round, soft features that didn't belong on something that size, or on something that flew. Its eyes were too dark, too deep, like looking into a well at midnight. I couldn't move or speak, and in the seat next to me, my friend just kept whispering, "What is that? What is that?" It flew off after a moment, if you could call it flying. It didn't flap like a bird, it glided, slow and deliberate, into the trees on the other side of the road. And then it was gone. We sat in the car for a long time just staring at the spot where it had vanished. My friend was visibly shaken, white-knuckled, sweating, refusing to get out of the car once we got to the party. He'd never heard of anything like that, and he didn't want to. He asked me to take him home instead. I didn't sleep much that night or party. I kept seeing its face every time I closed my eyes. Too human and too stiff. The next morning, I told my mom about it. I didn't even know what to call it, just described what I saw. I don't know what I was hoping she would do. I guess help me brush it off as a big owl. But instead, she looked at me in this strange, knowing way. She told me something I'll never forget. "I was up all night praying," she said. "I don't know why. I just had a really bad feeling, like something wasn't right." "Isa la chuza." "What was that?" I asked her. "A brua, a witch that takes the form of a massive owl to roam the night. Preys on the weak or the unlucky. Some say that it appears as a warning. Others say that it is the danger. My mom believed in it. And after that night, I guess I do too. I never saw it again, thankfully. But it certainly created a fear at night driving for me. I still glance up at the trees when I'm driving, just in case." worked as a massage therapist in the late 2000s. Part of my training involved energy work. If you're not familiar, it's about guiding people into a state that feels deeper than relaxation, like slipping sideways into another headspace entirely. People cry, laugh, or remember things they've buried. It can get intense, but what happened during this one session went far beyond anything I'd ever seen or felt before. The client that day was already practiced in energy work herself, so I expected the session to feel strong. But from the second I began, the room literally shifted. The air didn't just feel warm, it felt thick, distorted, like I was moving underwater. Every sound seemed slightly muted, like the walls were absorbing it, and even the rhythm of my own breathing felt slowed. My palms tingled with each movement, and it was as if the whole space had a pulse, like the room itself was alive and responding to something. Halfway through the session, it changed again. The buzzing intensity gave way to something more focused, sharper, almost like attention had turned on me. And that's when I realized I wasn't just sensing energy anymore. I was sensing a presence. It felt like a young girl was standing in the corner of the room. I couldn't see her, but I knew she was there, the way that you know someone's staring at you from behind. She radiated this bone-deep sadness, frightened, lonely, and confused. The weight of it pressed down so hard, I almost lost my train of thought. I didn't say anything, partly because I didn't want to scare my client, and partly because I didn't trust my own mind in that moment. Maybe I was projecting. Maybe I was reading too much into the energy that we'd stirred up. So I stayed silent and finished the session as normally as I could. When it ended, I excused myself to wash my hands, trying to shake it off and reset. I told myself it was all imagination, just my brain firing strange signals while I worked. But when my client came out a few minutes later, she was crying hard. And while tears aren't unusual in this kind of work, the way she sobbed felt heavier, like she wasn't just releasing tension, but something else. I asked her if she was okay, and through tears she said, "This is going to sound insane, but my inner child came to me during that session. She sat with me. She told me she was scared of Bill, and that I needed to stay away from them." I froze. Because she thought that it was her inner child, I thought that it was a ghost girl. But either way, we'd both experienced something outside the ordinary. That building was old, close to 140 years at that point, and it carried the kind of creaks and shadows that made it feel more like one lifetime had passed through its walls. Maybe what she saw was a fragment of herself. Maybe what I felt was something left behind from the building's long history. All I know is that for an hour, there were 3 of us in that room. I was around 8 when this happened, so for a long time I chalked it up to an overactive imagination. Maybe a dream that I turned into a memory, but I know what I saw. This happened in the summer, sometime in the mid-90s. My mom and I were canoeing along a quiet stretch of river in southeastern Saskatchewan. We were visiting family that week, and this river, more like a wide, slow-moving stream, cut through the woods just a few miles from my grandparents' house and their farm. So it was just the 2 of us, my mom in the back steering and me in the front, pretending I was some brave explorer charting new territory. I remember dipping my fingers into the water, letting them trail alongside the canoe. I remember dragonflies, the occasional fish breaking the surface. It was really peaceful. About halfway through the trip, we drifted into a deeper, darker section of the river. The trees leaned in tighter overhead, and the water turned murky, still, almost glassy. I remember thinking it looked too still, like the surface was frozen. Then something touched the canoe. Not touched, grabbed. Fingers. Long, pale fingers reached up from below the waterline and pressed against the side of the canoe. I remember the exact moment they broke the surface. Smooth, pale gray skin. No fingernails, just tapered tips, like soft claws. They spread out, palm first, like whatever it was trying to feel the shape of the boat. I didn't scream. I didn't even call for my mom. I just stared. Then it lifted its head. It came up slow, like it didn't need to breathe, like it was curious. Its face was everything wrong, thin, almost skeletal. No nose or ears. The skin matched the fingers, smooth and almost amphibian-like, like a frog or something that was never meant to be dry. Its mouth was just a narrow slit, closed tight, but its eyes, they were huge, glossy and black. They were unblinking, just staring straight at me, like it was sizing me up, like it knew I could see it. I finally considered screaming, but just like that, it sank back down. No splash or ripple, just let go of the canoe and disappeared into the murk. I sat there for a few seconds, not really breathing, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. When I finally felt like I was safe, I turned around and asked my mom, "Did you see that?" She looked confused. "See what?" I told her about the hand, the face, the eyes. She looked over the side, joked that it was probably a fish or a log, and just kept paddling. But I couldn't shake it. For the rest of the trip, I kept looking down into the water, half expecting to see that face appear again. I didn't trail my fingers in the water anymore. I kept them in my lap. This happened about 5 summers ago. I just bought my first real camera. Nothing fancy, just something better than my cracked iPhone lens. I wanted to try it out during our town's 4th of July fireworks display, so I set up early at the hill overlooking the park. It's where everyone goes to get the best view. The fireworks started just after 9. I was standing off to the side of the crowd, adjusting my tripod and snapping long exposures. Trying to get that cool spiral of color look. I didn't even really look at the shots as I took them, just click, adjust, click, repeat. It wasn't until I got home that I saw it. In one of the frames, just one, there's something falling. A dark shape, blurry from motion, human-shaped. Legs bent slightly, arms out, falling through the sky, right next to a burst of gold and blue. It looked like a body. I stared at it for a long time, thinking maybe it was a weird trick of the light, a firework shell or debris caught in the shot. But when I zoomed in, it didn't look like metal or cardboard. It looked like skin, like a person falling from the sky, head first. I kind of thought about it all night, and the next morning I brought it up to my roommate. She thought I was being dramatic until she looked at it. And then she just said, "Okay, that's seriously creepy." We joked for a bit about aliens or skydiving gone wrong, but we were both kind of uneasy. 2 days later, someone found a body. Not at the park, not even near the hill. They found him in a wooded area on the edge of town, curled up in a dry creek bed. No ID, no missing person report that matched. The only odd detail mentioned in the police report was that he had firework shrapnel embedded in his back, as if he'd fallen through an explosion. Of course, no one connected it to the display, no one except me. I sent the photo to the local police anonymously, and I never heard back. I tried to rationalize it. maybe he was caught in an accident. Maybe he'd been somewhere nearby when something went wrong. But the distance didn't make sense. He would have had to fall straight down to land where they found him. No burns on his clothes, no signs of being launched or blown by anything on the ground. And yet, there was that photo. The worst part. A week later, I went back to the camera. That photo was gone. It wasn't just missing. The file number, it was skipped. Like it was never taken at all. But I know it was. I checked my email. Not there. The email was, but not the photo. Truly just the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. And I don't even have the proof anymore. I work at a cemetery, which already makes for some quiet, strange nights. A few months back, I stayed late after everyone else had gone to catch up on some paperwork. The sun had just set, and the office building was completely locked up. Gates shut, doors bolted, lights low. I was sitting at my desk taking photos of some granite samples, so I'd have them on my phone for reference later. I remember it was so still that night you could hear the hum of the vending machine in the hallway, and that was it. Until I heard something else. The heavy basement door. One of those solid wood ones that always sticks a little. It swung open hard enough to hit the wall, and then it slammed shut. A second later, I heard footsteps going down the basement stairs. My first thought was that someone from maintenance had come back. Hello? My voice echoed through the empty hall. I heard the footsteps coming back from the basement, and the door slamming shut. I called out again. Still, nothing. I worked up the nerve to stand up and look down the hall. But it was empty. I walked to the basement door, opened it enough to look down. It was pitch black. After closing the door, I looked around, out in the parking lot, back of the building. Nothing. When I came back to my desk, I checked all the doors again. They were still locked from the inside. To this day, I have no idea what I heard. But now if I ever have to stay late, I try to make sure I'm out before the sun goes down. When my brother was in his early 20s, he was on the phone with his girlfriend one night. Out of nowhere, she told him that she could hear an old lady's voice, faintly in the background, asking him for a glass of water. He brushed it off at first. There was no one near him, and he thought that she was just mishearing TV noise or something. But she kept insisting, saying it sounded close, like the voice was right next to the phone. Finally, he hung up, got up from where he'd been sitting by the windowsill, and went to check on our grandma, who was in her bedroom at the other end of the house. She was dead. Fast forward a couple of years, I'm on the phone with a girl that I'd just started talking to. It's late, about 11 p.m., and I'm standing in the same spot that my brother had been that night, by the windowsill in the living room. I remember because I'd just seen a guy on a bike ride past, which was weird enough at that hour. Right after that, I noticed the girl had gone completely quiet. "You still there?" I asked. She hesitated, then apologized and said that she thought I'd gotten into trouble. Confused, I asked what she meant. She said, "I just heard someone yelling at you to stop talking on the phone. It's late, go to bed." I froze. The house was silent. I was the only one awake. Everyone else was asleep in their rooms. So I asked, trying to sound casual, "Was it an old lady's voice?" She said yes. And that's when I told her it was probably my grandma, that the exact same thing had happened to my brother in the same spot years earlier. She immediately started talking about ghosts and how that was proof of something. I rudely cut her off, told her I was hanging up. Then I bolted straight for my room and shut the door, like a baby. But she was right. It was late, and I should go to bed. I work at a school with a long reputation for being haunted. The building's been around since the 1920s, and over the years, staff and students have all passed around their own stories. Most of the time, I kept my head down and didn't think much of it, until I started having experiences myself. The first one caught me completely off guard. I was alone in the gym, locking up for the night, when I heard someone cough right next to me. It wasn't distant, it was like it came from a person standing at my shoulder. The thing was, I'd already checked the whole space. I knew no one else was in the building, and certainly not behind me. But another time I was walking through the hall, I heard a voice whisper my name into my ear. Not my teacher name either, the nickname that only friends use. Hearing that in an empty hallway made my stomach sort of turn. Things only escalated after that. One afternoon I was in my classroom, telling a coworker about these odd experiences, which was probably a mistake. We were the only two people in the room. While I was mid-sentence, the oil diffuser on the far side of the room suddenly beeped. The thing only makes a sound if someone physically presses the buttons. We both turned to watch as the light switched off. Though the mist kept pouring out, I didn't even know that it was capable of doing that. More recently, something stranger started happening. Around my desk, every so often, I'll catch a strong scent of my favorite perfume. At first, I thought maybe I'd accidentally sprayed too much one morning, but this is different. The smell doesn't fade like perfume normally does. It hangs in the air for a long time, clinging as if the air itself is saturated with it. Then, just as suddenly, it vanishes. Most of the time it happens when I'm alone, but once, it filled the classroom, while my students noticed it too. When I mentioned it to another friend at work, she laughed, said that she had something better to show me. She pulled up security footage from a weekend when the school was closed. In the middle of the night, one of the interior doors swung open on its own. The odd part, those doors are alarmed, unlike the exterior ones. The motion triggered the system, which brought the police to check the building. They found no sign of forced entry, no one hiding inside, just a door opening itself and setting off alarms. Stories like that make the rounds here, and everyone seems to have had a version. The most common explanation, that it's the founder of the school. He built the place back in the 1920s, and people say that he still lingers, just watching over it. There have even been reports of him being seen walking the grounds late at night. I don't know if it's him or something else entirely. All I know is I've smelled perfume that wasn't there, heard voices with no source, and watched objects act in ways they shouldn't. Whatever the explanation, it feels like someone, maybe the founder himself, is still keeping an eye on the place. I've hunted a lot of different woods, but I've hunted the same stretch of woods for almost 15 years. I know where every game trail crosses, which trees the deer bed under. Even the spots where my boot prints from last season are still faintly pressed into the dirt. So I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw something, an opening between the trees where there shouldn't have been one. Narrow, just wide enough for a person to walk single file, framed by a pine trunk so straight they looked planted. For no good reason but sheer curiosity, I stepped between. The air was cooler and stiller. My boots sank into the soil that was darker than the surrounding forest floor. It was damp and rich, like it had been freshly turned. That path twisted just enough to keep me from seeing far ahead. When it finally opened up, I found myself in a clearing I didn't recognize. Dozens of wooden crosses, some no bigger than a foot high, stuck into the ground at odd angles. all various signs of discoloration and deterioration, but a few of them looked freshly carved, sharp edges, splinters still clinging to the wood. The smell hit me then, not rot exactly, but something sweet and sickly, like flowers left in stagnant water, or meat in a sink with a fragrant dish soap. I didn't stay long. I walked back to camp, didn't mention it to the others. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the clearing again, except the crosses were gone. In their place were people, standing exactly where the markers had been, clothes hanging off of them like tatters. Skin was pale, eyes dark, not lively. I woke suddenly with that smell still in my nose. A few days later, unable to forget, I checked my GPS log from that hunt. The coordinates from the clearing, they led straight into an unbroken patch of forest. There was no path or clearing, nothing. I still frequent that stretch, and I've never had anything like it happen again. When I was growing up, my dad would take me on camping trips every summer. When I was 17, he took me on a special graduation trip that was supposed to be 2 full weeks of deep woods camping. It took a day and a half just to reach our site. We got set up and slept in our separate tents. An hour before dawn, I woke up needing to pee, so I walked a few feet into the brush. I found a place to squat. While doing my business, I heard something behind me slithering through the grass. I jumped to find a king cobra emerging from the brush that I was just sitting next to. I know. We don't have those in the U.S. I know. Yet, here we are. It stood up. It raised its hood. It was a cobra. Its head was almost up to my chest. All I could do was back away slowly. It didn't move an inch, just stared at me until I was out of sight. Only then did I turn and run the rest of the way. My dad didn't believe me. I knew how it sounded, so I let it go. A few hours later, we were fishing, and he got to see for himself. He nearly lost his pole when he noticed it on the opposite bank. Again, just staring. It looked even taller than it had the previous night. Dad took out his pistol, hoping to at least scare it off, but the snake dove into the river before he could fire. We didn't like not knowing where it went, so we headed back. By the time we were eating our day's catch, the cobra was back. It positioned itself just outside our campsite, but this time its head was only a foot or two off the ground, like it was trying to be stealthy. I'm no snake expert, but I'm not unfamiliar with them either, and they don't stalk people. I don't care what kind of snake it is. They want nothing to do with humans. If you don't threaten them, they don't threaten you. The only thing we could figure is that some collector had released this thing into the wild, and we must be in its territory. My dad tried to shoot it, but missed, and the snake shot back into the woods. We made sure to stay zipped in our tents until dawn, and then packed up our gear. There were plenty of other spots to set up that weren't encroaching on Cobra land. We followed the river down for half the day and found a nice clearing. This way we could make it back to the truck without the extra overnight when the time came, which we still expected to be over a week away. But that night, we saw it again. At first, we heard something big moving through the trees. We thought that it was a deer or maybe a boar, so we got up with the flashlights. The noise stopped instantly, like whatever it was had frozen in its tracks. We circled the perimeter twice, but didn't see anything, so we got ready for bed. Around 3, I woke up to something heavy walking through our camp. I figured whatever we scared off before was back, with its own territory beef, but it was so close to my tent, I didn't want to startle it by poking my head outside. Instead, I waited for it to wander further away. Then it stopped, and a few seconds later, I screamed as my dad's gun went off. It scared the absolute crap out of me. I knew something was wrong. We'd never actually had to shoot anything before. Just as my hand touched the zipper, my dad yelled for me to stay inside. I heard him walk around the campsite. He wouldn't answer any of my questions until he was finished, and even then, he wouldn't let me come outside. He had seen the snake and decided it was time to get out of the woods altogether. We planned to leave in the morning, but I didn't understand why he wouldn't just go into his own tent, where it was safe. Even if there was some kind of freak, rabid, horror movie snake, it wasn't going to use a zipper. Yet he insisted on standing guard. As soon as the sun started coming up, we were packing. I never seen my dad so scared before or since. His hands were shaking as he took down the tents, but he wouldn't talk about the snake. I was so thrown off by everything that I'd completely forgotten that something big had been lurking right next to me when the shot went off. I didn't remember until we were back in the truck and well onto the main road. That's when my dad finally came clean. The big thing had woken him up too, and unlike me, he didn't actually see it. He undid his flap just enough to see a large, dark, humanoid figure bent over my tent, like it was looking for an opening. Then he watched in horror as it shifted into the cobra, almost like a humanoid shadow, melting and dissolving until only a snake remained. When he fired, he was certain he hit it, but it shot back into the woods, completely unaffected. I don't know what the hell that thing was, but I think it's safe to say we still don't have king cobras in the United States. I quit my summer babysitting job this morning. Saturday was my first day with the little girl, and today is Sunday. I feel terrible quitting so suddenly. The family I've been working for recommended me, so I'm pretty positive I just blew my chances babysitting for either of them ever again. Originally, I was scheduled to stay there until the morning with the kids, but I ended up calling Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we'll call them, closer to 3 a.m., begging for them to come home. I needed to get out of there. It was an overwhelming sensation that had been lingering since I pulled into the driveway. As much as I tried to blame the feeling on first-day jitters, nothing could prepare me for how quickly my anxiety would spike being there. The children were 3 and 5. Let's name them Jack and Jill. The kids were watching Bluey in the living room after dinner, and I was cleaning up. The living room was within sight of the kitchen sink. After I started the dishwasher, I walked out into the living room and saw that Jack had fallen asleep on the couch and Jill had gone upstairs to play in their bedroom. Jack wasn't big for his age, so instead of waking him up, I was able to just pick him up off the couch and carry him to bed. The second floor is a wide hallway with a mirror at the end of the hall, facing back. There's a bathroom and bedrooms on either side. I can see the kid's door is open, and I can hear Jill giggling at what sounds like another person giggling with her. Their bedroom didn't have a TV, but I thought Jill may have had a radio or a Nintendo, something that she was playing with. Before opening the door, I tried peeking into the opening to see if I could find where the other voice was coming from, but the gap didn't let me see much. But what I did see was enough to scare the hell out of me. Jill had long, straight hair, and it looked like static electricity was keeping it up floating. That's the best way I could describe it. With Jack now resting over my shoulder, I supported him with one arm and fully opened the door with my other. Jill was playing on the ground with her dolls. When she looked up at me, all of her hair fell back down to normal. The siblings have an expensive wooden bunk bed at the far end of the room. Making sure not to twist my ankle on the toys, I carried Jack to lay him on the top bunk. When I pulled his resting body from my shoulders and laid him down, I was surprised to see that he was now awake again. His eyes were wide open, and his facial expression looked terrified. I asked him if he was okay. He shook his head yes, but crawled into his blankets and didn't take his head out from under the covers after I tucked him in. While I was doing this with Jack, I felt a push on my lower hip like Jill was getting into the bottom bunk right below, and after I got Jack settled, I leaned down to get her tucked in. But the bed was empty, and Jill was still playing with her dolls behind me. I didn't like that, because what I felt on my hip was clear pressure from cold, small hands. I could feel her individual fingers press against me. The unmistakable feeling of a little one pushing by. But Jill hadn't moved. It was Saturday night, and the parents didn't specify a bedtime for the kids. I asked if Jill needed anything, but when she said no, I got out of that room as fast as possible, went down the stairs to clean up the house before I made a bed for myself on the couch. Cheerios were everywhere. I could have filled a whole new bowl and reserved it for the morning with how many I found. After every last one was found and dispersed of, I was finally able to settle down and watch some TV. The calm was short-lived, though. Another noise had me on my feet again, when from behind me, I heard the sound of a child running in the hallway, upstairs, toward the stairs. I'm expecting to hear, "Miss Amy," any second, so I haven't really turned around yet to address whichever child's coming. I'm watching the show on TV, waiting for them to interrupt. But instead, I hear the feet hit the ground with a loud bound in between steps. As soon as the pattering stopped, there was a crash onto the floor that shook the floor under me. I thought, oh my gosh, one of the kids just tried to jump down the staircase. There's a wall that separates the hallway stairs and the living room. It forces me to hop on my feet, turn around the corner from the couch to look. When I flip on the hall light, I'm relieved to see that nobody's hurt themselves, but I'm highly freaked out as to what I just heard. As I'm looking down the hallway, I can see most of the way up to the upstairs hallway as well. Jill walks out of her bedroom to the top of the stairs and sees me standing there. I ask her if she heard that loud noise, and she nods her head yes. So I ask if she knew what it was, and she nods her head again. "It's Hannah." "Who's Hannah?" "She's my sister," Jill says. I ask, "Hannah made that loud noise down here. How did she do that?" "Hannah jumped from here to down there." She then goes on to tell me that her sister keeps asking Jill to jump with her, but she's too afraid. The whole time she's telling me this, I see the light from the bedroom door behind her change size, like the door was opening and closing in the dark hallway. I'm still paying attention to Jill, thinking the sound also woke up Jack, and I'm going to see him come out to join his sister any minute. But after her explanation for the noise we heard, Jill turned around and went back into the bedroom. She then closed the door behind her. The upstairs hallway was completely dark again. I turned off the downstairs light and got back on the couch. Around the living room, there's a bunch of family pictures of the Smith family. Most of them were recent, but lots of baby pictures. Jack is a newborn and Jack has brown hair and Jill has blonde. It was easy to tell which baby photo belonged to who. In maybe two of these photos in the corner of the living room, there's a baby Jill in the picture with another older blonde girl that looks almost identical to Jill now. Could that have been Hannah? I thought. These grainy, somewhat old photos gave me goosebumps, so instead of staring at them all night as I tried to sleep, I turned on the TV and was happy to discover that Nick at Night was playing episodes of Friends, and eventually I would doze off watching the show with the volume down low. The next time I woke up, it was because the living room was freezing and the blanket I'd fallen asleep with was nowhere to be found. The TV was off. It could have been set on an automatic timer that I was unaware of, but the DVD player under it was blinking numbers like the power had recently gone out and come back on. There was another small radio clock on one of the shelves next to the TV that was also blinking to be reset. I used the remote to turn the TV back on, and Friends began quietly playing again while I stood up in search of my blanket. It was cold enough to see the air I breathed by the time I got to the thermostat, which was located across the room. The space around me was warm again. The thermostat was also reading at a normal temperature. I turned on the living room light, and what I saw next to the entryway made me nearly faint. My blanket had been draped over the coat rack, and for a moment, I thought a huge, dark, 7-foot-tall creature was standing next to the door. It took me a few seconds to figure out what I was looking at, and when I did, I noticed the blanket didn't fully reach the floor, and under it, I saw 2 little feet poking out the bottom, and this time, I knew Jill was trying to trick me. Not wanting to knock the coat rack off balance and possibly have it fall on her, I gently grabbed the blanket with 2 hands and tried to lift it over with a little fluff. The blanket drops, losing its shape, and there's no Jill hiding in the coat rack. Take this how you will, but when the blanket dropped, the coat rack was a lot smaller than what I had pulled the blanket from. When I first noticed my blanket draped over it, I thought I would have noticed something that tall by the front door. When I looked down and didn't see Jill, it felt like my tummy was filled with rocks. There's just no way she would have been able to run away, hide completely like that. She's 5. I just stood there with my blanket, listening to the sounds of Jill still playing upstairs in her room. I didn't care how late it was. I was relieved to hear someone else was awake in the house, and after the coat rack thing that I'd just seen, I didn't want to be downstairs alone. I flipped on all the lights that I could before my ascent. When I went into the kitchen, the microwave timer said that it was 2:52, and so did the oven timer. It was only the living room that lost power in the house. When I'm at the top of the stairs, the hallway in front of me is dark, aside from the light under the children's door. I can still hear Jill's voice giggling, and clearly a shadow moving back and forth. I can see it under the doorway, blocking out the light when it passed. Turning on the hall light, I started heading towards the door. I gave 2 little taps with my knuckle before opening the door. The room was dark, and both of the children sound asleep. It was freezing in there, like when I woke up. The same weird bubble of cold I'd stepped out of by the couch downstairs. It felt like I'd stepped through a wall of stagnant, cold air. Outside the room, it was warm. I quietly stepped back out and closed the door, glancing into the big mirror that faced the hallway. There was something different about the reflection. The upstairs bathroom is directly across from the kids' room. I can partially see both in the reflection. I can see a little past the handle of the bathroom door, but the bathroom door on my side is fully open. I look again into the mirror. I can't begin to understand how the door could be closed in the reflection. I frantically scan around the mirror for any other inaccuracies, but it's only the door that looks wrong. Then I tried standing in different positions in the hallway while staring at the reflection of the closed door. Nowhere I stood could give me the correct view of what the door actually looked like. I'm at a loss for any explanation, and then it makes the slightest movement, and in the reflection to my right, the bathroom door opens a few inches. Still, nothing was happening on my side of the mirror, but I ran my reflection away from that door and back down the stairs. And that's when I called the parents, multiple times. Surely I scared them or worried them, but you know what? I was terrified. Still am, technically. Had I not quit, after this, I'm sure they would have fired me anyway. They were completely unimpressed by me and rather bitter about cutting their trip short. Though, personally, I think that they should be a little bit more concerned with the potential demons or ghosts living in their home. You know, specifically the one that keeps trying to convince their daughter to jump from the second story. But hey, I'm just the babysitter. They're the parents. What do I know? Not my problem anymore, I guess. I was couch surfing off and on for close to 3 years after I lost my job. Most of the time I stayed with my friend that we'll call Jules. Jules and I went to high school together, and senior year, she got hit by a snowplow while smoking a cigarette. The incident nearly killed her, and as a result, she had a long metal rod fused into her spine, and a hefty settlement that provided her with a small brick house in the suburbs and a drug habit she was happy to share with her friends. She didn't have many friends outside from me and her boyfriend Cody. This meant we were the lucky ones that Jules could throw her pills around with. Cody, obviously more so than me. I was still trying to function and maintain a stable job to pay rent for an apartment I barely stayed at. This was before the eventual losing of my job and full-time couch surfing at Jules. Though the time we spent together rarely navigated far from the regular sessions, living in someone else's natural environment and calling it your home, it wasn't the same as having an actual home that I could hide away from in my room if I wanted to. There, my bedroom was the couch. Jules and Cody were comfortable arguing in front of me. They also didn't have a choice because I was right there in the living room, but they definitely didn't try to contain it in their bedroom. It was also surprising to see how often they fought. I wouldn't say it was nightly, but quite a few nights out of a 7-day week, my sleep would be interrupted by them yelling at the top of their lungs, turning on all the lights and stomping around the house, high out of their minds. It was aggravating, but I was a guest, so who was I to stop them in their natural environment? I did have to intervene once when Cody had gotten Jules in a headlock and was cutting off her air. It was the first time that one of their physical altercations had spilled outside the bedroom. Before that, the sounds I heard could have been ignored as Jules throwing stuff at him. She liked to do that, and usually that's the extent I'd see. Cody leaving the bedroom, calling her all sorts of names, turning on all the lights, trying to find his keys, while Jules cries, screams, and breaks stuff. Cody was abusive, mentally and physically. Some of the things I'd hear him say to her were just venomous and evil. She'd wear clothing that would hide the bruises that he'd left on her. When I did see them, she always had a relatively believable story to go along with them. The night that I got in the middle of it, I had to jump on Cody's back to get him to release Jules. He tossed me to the ground, and I almost went through the glass coffee table. Then, Cody turned around, and I thought he was going to come after me. But instead, he grabbed his car keys that were on the coffee table, then slammed the door as hard as he could on his way out. Jules apologized with pure humiliation that things had gotten so out of hand. I told her that she needs to get some help, go to rehab, anything to change her current trajectory. But they were back together the following week. I think I died of a drug overdose in my last life because in this one, I've experimented with most any drug you can name, but I've always been able to get off of them independently. Maybe seeing Jules spiral downward also helped me kick the habit, but whatever it was, I hadn't been taking part in our prescription smoke sessions for over a month by then. I told Jules that my new job did regular piss tests, and this was true. My new job did do regular testing, but it also paid very well and gave me an interview without needing to call my past employer. I didn't tell her this, but I wasn't planning on living with Jules much longer. I didn't pay rent there, so I knew I could leave whenever and it wouldn't affect her. I was playing things by ear and waiting for a sign to branch out. Jules was lonely, and we'd been friends forever. I would have felt bad leaving the first minute I could, but after being a part of their little fight night, I was trying to get out of there the moment my bank account allowed me to withdraw the first and last month's rent. With my new job, I was planning on it becoming a reality within 2 to 3 months. I felt confident I could survive whatever those months threw at me. And when they say it's darkest before dawn, let me tell ya, I get it now. Month 1, car problems solidify this being a 3-month endeavor for me to move out. That's okay, I planned for that. Jules and Cody continue their toxic nightly behavior. That's okay. I know when Cody slams the door, I'm going to at least get a few hours of decent sleep before I have to wake up again. But then, one night, as they're fighting and Cody storms out, Jules chases after him. Now they're screaming outside. Then, Jules runs back inside. The door stays open, and from the couch, I can see Cody hop into his car and start it up. Then, Jules runs back outside, slamming the door behind her. It sounds like she starts up her own car, too, and I hear both cars tear out of the driveway, one after the other. The TV guide channel is still playing on the TV. The ticker also has a little timer bar that reads 11-something. I remember being shocked it's not after midnight. I prayed that I'd get at least a few hours of sleep before they came back. But when my alarm woke me up, I realized I'd slept through the whole night. I was rested. It was a feeling I'd forgotten after living there for so long. Jules' bedroom door was closed. I don't know if it was already closed from the night before, but I didn't look to see if they'd made it back home. I got ready for work and left. It's only when I'd return home from work and enter Jules' bedroom and find it empty. That's when I'd start to worry, imagining what craziness she'd gotten herself into the night prior. I stayed awake as long as I could that night, waiting for her to return, but Jules didn't come home. The next morning, I planned on calling in a missing persons when I'd gotten home from work that afternoon, but when I pulled into the driveway, I was relieved to see Jules' car parked back out front. She was in her bedroom when I came inside, and when I went to check on her, she was sleeping. I let her sleep. Cody wasn't there. Jules slept the whole evening. The next morning, her bedroom was empty again. Late that night, she walked in and went straight into the bedroom. She didn't even smile or return my hello. It was clear she wasn't in a talking mood. Weeks would pass with her acting like this. Seldomly would she acknowledge my presence. Cody hadn't been around for a while either. I put together that they must have broken up, and she was taking it extremely hard. I probably could have been a better friend, but I kind of enjoyed having the living room and TV to myself. Not to mention the peace in comparison to the chaos that used to be in this home. I would check in on her every once in a while, but I didn't push the topic, and she didn't want to talk. It had been a few weeks, and I thought Cody was out of the picture, but one night, I'm woken up by the familiar heavy thumping of Cody's heavy steps on the floorboards. The sound gives me a pit in my stomach, and I was so angry at Jules for being so weak. My blood is boiling as I keep my eyes tightly shut and listen to him walk around. Even when he's trying to be quiet, he's not quiet. I can hear his heavy breathing and grunting as he makes his way around the small living room. Then, his footsteps stop at the arm of the couch. He was standing above where my head was laying. I knew exactly where he was because of his breathing. It was so loud. I pretended to be asleep. I felt like he was there for at least 10 minutes, just standing above me. Then, I heard his footsteps walk away down the hall. That night, I stayed awake all night listening to see if he'd come back. I must have gotten some sleep, however, because my alarm woke me up, and the house was empty. My car was the only one in the driveway leaving for work. I'd planned on giving Jules a real friend check the next time I got to see her, but I'd have to hold on to that feeling for a couple of days until I saw her next. In between those days, when I thought I'd had the house to myself, I again was woken up by Cody's footsteps walking through the house. This terrified me because I knew Jules wasn't home. I still never opened my eyes, even when he'd stand over me and breathe deeply. I knew I couldn't overpower him. Waking up and freaking out would only make whatever's happening worse. So, I stayed frozen, under the covers, until I'd hear his footsteps retreat again. When I did finally see Jules, that's when I decided to freak out on someone. When I got home from work, her car is parked in the driveway, and I have a moment to think of some zingers before I go inside. Jules is back away in her bedroom with the door closed, but I don't care anymore. I open her door, and when I saw that Cody wasn't there, I felt free to say, "Tell your creepy boyfriend to stop breathing over me when I'm trying to sleep." I go in telling her how weak and stupid she is for getting back together with Cody and unload every pent-up feeling I had at Jules. She started crying, but I was all out of empathy at that point, and I'm thinking that I'm getting through to this girl, but the response she gives me took me off guard. I didn't know how to respond next. After I say all that stuff to her, you need to value yourself more, so on and so forth, Jules turns and looks at me and then says, "I've seen him too." Her cry turns to uncontrollable hysterics, and Jules tells me that Cody once beat her so badly she had a miscarriage, and apparently the night that she chased after him, it was because he made some pretty heartless remarks about the situation, and it sent her over the edge. When Jules ran back inside that night, she retrieved a knife, one that she used to butcher Cody at a gas station in the next county. It was an old self-service station, and Cody was almost out of gas. He had no choice but to pull over. Before he could get out of his car, Jules had hopped into the back seat of his car and proceeded to stab Cody until the knife broke. Then, she pushed the car off the edge of the road, down a long hill that led into dense brush. I was shocked and speechless. Jules turned herself in that day. The first-hand story Jules told me was the literal most horrific thing anyone's ever spoken to me in real life, and the small news piece didn't give the details that she did. I was able to stay in the house until it was foreclosed on. By then, I had enough to get my own place. Oddly enough, after Jules left, I didn't hear Cody in the house anymore. The last couple of months living there were the best they could have been. The house felt like a home. Jules and I didn't stay in contact since living with each other, and I'm okay with that. I would have been homeless, and my life would have been on a completely different timeline if she hadn't opened up her couch to me, though. For that, I'll forever be grateful. But the rest is kind of a nightmare. This happened to me January 2015. I didn't even know what a black-eyed kid was at the time. I'd always been a night owl, into playing video games, surfing the net, and reading books well into the night. At the time, we were living in a 3-plex condo in the center unit. All of them were 2-story, a few miles outside of town, and sheltered in isolation just off an old highway. So, it would have been really difficult for somebody to walk that far down to our development and know whose porch to approach. It was about 2 a.m. It'd been storming big time on the Oregon coast that night. The winds whipping through the area, and we'd had sideways rain going on for days. I was sitting in my room with a little stained glass lamp on, and that wasn't much brighter than a nightlight. I was also burning a candle. The house was perfectly quiet and appeared to be asleep, except for me. That's when I began to hear our front screen door creaking. It sounded like it was being slowly and carefully opened. Whoever was out there at that time of night, in those conditions, seemed to know about the squeaky door and was trying to open it as quickly as possible, about an inch at a time. I kept listening for the sound, making sure it wasn't the wind, but I kept hearing a little hinge creak and then another creak until it was obvious that it was very deliberate. Whoever was doing this knew exactly what they were doing, and for whatever reason, chose not to ring the illuminated doorbell right next to the front door. All of this was going through my mind in rapid, terrifying detail, freaking me out to the real threat that I was about to be confronted by a very bold intruder. I breezed around the corner of my room, which was on the bottom floor, closest to the front porch, and I made my way towards the door. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew somebody was definitely out there. My husband at the time was sleeping upstairs, probably passed out cold. He was a doctor who was always on call, kept long hours, so I hesitated to wake him or get the police involved until I knew for sure what to report. I stood silently in front of the door, armed with my phone and a baseball bat, waiting to see what, if anything, would happen next. Roughly 2 minutes later, I saw the front doorknob being turned slowly, like someone was trying to manipulate the door open. It was locked, but since whoever was out there had taken the time to quietly get that far, I felt fairly confident that they were about to take it much further. The old front door we had at the time didn't have a peephole. It just had this little bit of glass over the top of it that only a 7-foot-tall person could see through. My only alternative was to look through a side 3-foot-long by 6-inch narrow window, just adjacent to the door. I kept the lights off and slowly tried to move the little curtain, just enough to peek out onto the porch. As soon as I did, I was shocked to see a figure cloaked in a hoodie staring straight back at me. I was overcome with a feeling of dread and panic. At that point, I flipped on all the lights inside the house and yelled through the front door, "Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer. I repeated myself and asked, "Are you injured, or is there someone I can call for you?" By then, it was at least 2:30 in the morning. There was still no response, so I ran around quickly and made sure the windows and back doors were locked. I also went to the top of the stairs to look out the hallway window to the parking area. I wanted to see if there were any cars or other figures hiding out in the darkness. I couldn't see anything unusual anywhere. I ran back down to the front door and yelled, "I'm calling the police now." Finally, I heard what sounded like a woman in a monotone voice say, "I need you to open the door and let me in." I was dumbfounded and choking on fear, but I asked her why, what was wrong, and if she needed me to make a call for her. I asked if she was hurt, but I got no reply. So I informed her that my husband was home and sleeping upstairs. I told her I would wake him up and started yelling for him. She interrupts my shouts with a cryptic, robotic reply. "I'm not hurt. I need to come inside. I have something to give you." I was flipping out of my mind by now, but I pulled the curtains all the way back on the side window, turned on the front porch light, and asked her to show me through the glass. She turned around and I could see that she was holding this perfectly groomed, long-haired Pomeranian. It was wearing some gold medallion collar, a fancy one that had the dog's name engraved on the front. Even through the glass, I could see that the address wasn't mine. She must have known that. At that point, she said to me, "I'm here to give you back your dog. Let me in. I'll give him back to you." I snapped back. "That's not my dog, lady. Look at his collar. My dog's right here." and both of them were sitting right beside me, standing guard, but keeping strangely silent. She said again in her creepy way, "I just want to give you your dog back." It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone on steroids. I said, "Look at the dog's tag. Where did you find this dog? Look at the address. It's not my dog, but I'll make a phone call to its rightful owner if you tell me the number on the tag." I was becoming more concerned about the dog, being a devoted dog lover, and the fact that this disturbing person wasn't actually its owner. She didn't move, and I noticed the dog she was carrying was being unusually still as well. It wasn't acting upset, anxious, trying to get away from her. It didn't make sense. It was the most peculiar situation I'd ever seen, but the feeling was ominous and dark. I started looking carefully at this woman so that I could give the details to police, in case she took off with the dog. I could see that she was a thin, younger woman, possibly a late teenage girl. She had straight, dark hair, covered by a red hoodie she was wearing, and a pair of dark jeans. It was impossible to see her eyes. I reached into a nearby coat closet for a flashlight. Just then she said, "If you would just open the door and take a look at the dog to make sure it's not yours, I'll leave." I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, held my phone tightly, and walked towards the door. My dogs never moved. I figured I'd take a close look and slam the door if I had to. I figured if she was unarmed, I might have a chance of grabbing the dog and getting it to its rightful owner. So I said to her, "I've got my phone. I'm ready to call the police if you try anything. Can you just step back from the door and I'll take a look at the dog?" I pulled the front door open slowly and took a long, careful look. The dog appeared to be exceptional and perfect, like it had just come from winning a prize at the AKC dog show. It was obviously someone's prized pet, not just a stray that she'd found, or one that I'd seen around before. I told her it wasn't mine, again. As I did, she took one step towards the door, and I noticed she was holding something in her left hand behind her back, while her other hand was supporting the weight of the dog. She kept looking down at her feet and remained silent. I asked her to put the dog down. As I said that, she glanced back towards the road in the parking area, but I didn't see anyone or any cars there. I asked her again to put the dog down and to leave the front porch area. I said I would let the dog in as soon as she did, and then I'd get it back to its rightful owner. At that point, she looked up at me and seemed to stare right through me with her cold, dead, penetrating eyes. I've never seen anything more bizarre in my life. Her eyes were jet black, her hollow stare fixated on me, like I was being examined or called to some kind of challenge. My hands were trembling, and it was all I could do not to throw up. She didn't seem drunk or on drugs of any kind. She seemed surreal, and in my mind, I kept thinking of the Grim Reaper. I was hearing the words to the Lord's Prayer and struggling not to make eye contact with her. There was something very unnatural and menacing about her eyes, her intensity and her odd, calculated, cold behavior. I couldn't figure it out. I shut the door and started screaming for my husband to come downstairs. He finally came down. I yelled to him, "Hurry! There's somebody standing on the front porch. She's got someone else's dog, keeps saying it's mine. I think she's carrying something behind her back. There's something very wrong with her. Be careful." I called 911 as he opened the front door, but she was already gone. There was no sign of her anywhere. We even got in the car and drove around. The police couldn't find her either, and they couldn't find any reports on a missing woman or a missing dog anywhere in the state. The incident haunted me, so I decided to research lost pets with the description, any reports of women or girls like her in the area that might have been reported or listed nationwide, but I couldn't find anything. Curiously, the only thing that kept coming up was a new sighting of the so-called black-eyed kids in the Portland, Oregon, or northern coastal area where I was living at the time. I'd never heard of anything like that. But when I saw the pictures that other people had posted, read some of the stories, similar reports, my heart froze. She looked exactly like that. The eyes, especially. I don't know what else I could tell you, but I'll never forget it. I'm not sure what her purpose was, though. But I feel like she targeted me because of the fact that I was isolated, known for having my dogs with me everywhere. I would do anything to protect a dog or a helpless animal. Somehow I think she knew that. But it'll always be a creepy mystery. This is probably the most insane feral thing I've ever witnessed in 42 years of living, and it all took place right behind my house, which is now my greedy ex-wife's house. Yep, she took everything. Fellas, take it from me and get yourself a prenup beforehand. That girl next to you is gonna leave you high and dry someday. Now, back when it was a simpler time and I was still allowed to live in my own freaking house, I had a backyard that led out to beach access. It was my sanctuary. The property of the backyard had been lined with agave plants and golden cane palm trees. On warm nights, when the wife was staying at her mother's and I had the house to myself, I'd smoke a cigar and sit on the lawn to watch the sunset through the canopy leading out to the beach. On a handful of occasions, I'd see 2, sometimes 3, very small, gnome-looking things dash between the trunks of the palm trees. Their running speed is the likeness of a cat, and all on 2 legs. As quick as they move, I've been able to see that they're running on 2 legs. They resemble little cavemen. It looks like they use palm leaves and other plants for clothing. I've never been able to get a picture of them because of how randomly and sudden their appearance is. They're always in groups. I've heard them running through the trees way before I could point my finger as to what it was I was actually making that noise. When I actually heard and saw these tiny men run by, I thought, well, I actually don't know what I thought. I knew what I had just seen, but I didn't believe that I had just seen it, if that makes sense. They gave me a year to question my sanity before showing up again. Now the quick scuffling of branches and sand in the bushes put me a little more on edge, but I became obsessed with seeing them again. The nights I was home alone, I'd stay up all night tracking their movements and shining a flashlight around my backyard. But fleeting glances as they ran from the light was all I'd ever managed to see. Until one unforgettable evening. The sun had just set. I was tired from work that day and wasn't planning on going out into the backyard that night. I also didn't want to hear my wife complain about cigar smoke in the house, so I went out to the back deck to enjoy a beer and a smoke. Further past the yard, I see an owl flying around in the sky. It looked as if it was eyeing something in the tree canopy, and its flight path keeps slowly drifting lower, closer to my yard. Then, the owl dives into the leaves of the palm trees and flies back out of the branches with one of those cave people in its talons. A second little person's trying to jab the owl with a small, sharpened object. It looked like they were desperately trying to knock their buddy loose, but the owl was huge compared to them. The little guy with the spear lost his grip and hurtled down through the canopy. I could hear its body snap the branches all the way to the canopy floor. The owl exits slow and labored, but there were multiple tiny spears stuck in its wings and back. Some fell out of its wings, but there were a few that looked deep. Then, mid-flight, the owl dispatches the struggling caveman into its talons. It didn't stand a chance against the aggressive pecking. The owl was biting at the tiny man's skull and upper torso, while holding it securely in its talons. The owl didn't stop, but eventually the body draped in the wind like a plastic bag as the owl flew away too far to see. It all made me really sick and sad to see. I felt really bad for these tiny people. It really messed with me seeing such visceral carnage on something that resembled a human. Albeit small, but closely resembled. Still don't know what they were, but I have to believe they feel pain and loss just like us. But until I'd told this story on things like wild, kooky cryptid forums, I've never had the means to talk about how much seeing it affected me. I could never even tell my therapist. I think there's a lot of shit that happens on Earth that people, more likely than not, think someone's gonna put me in a mental hospital if I tell them what I saw. And that's what I thought. Still do. That's why I'm talking to you instead of seeking help on capturing one of these creatures for evidence. Oh, and I'm not allowed 100 feet from the property nowadays either, so that's another reason I stopped searching for answers. I've lived in my current home for over 17 years now. It's in Cape Cod, in a quiet neighborhood, built in 1956, and I'm a single mother, which will be relevant later. The house has 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 down. My girls were preteens when we moved into the home, and I, in my infinite wisdom, decided that they should have the upstairs bedrooms, so when they became teenagers, I could tell if they were trying to sneak out of the house. I did not consider the possibility that they might climb out the windows, but that's a story for another day. After the first night, my oldest daughter told me that her bedroom was haunted. She knew this because the fan blades moved on their own. I scoffed at that, said that it had to be the wind, but she swore the windows weren't open. I still didn't believe her. Still, the atmosphere was kind of creepy upstairs, and I didn't really like being up there, especially in my younger daughter's room. It was just unsettling in there. Within a couple of months, my younger daughter told me that her ceiling fan blades moved on their own also. I blew her off like I did her older sister, but she insisted that they moved, stopped, and then moved in the opposite direction. I thought it was an exaggeration, because she was a dramatic child, but I couldn't deny that there was a little something going on. I could hear footsteps when no one was there. In fact, a few times I hollered up the stairs because I heard someone moving around, and when I got no answer, went up to check, and there was no one there. The years went by, and my oldest daughter moved out. Younger daughter moved into her room, and they had long since stopped complaining because I didn't take it seriously. I figured even if it was true, what was I supposed to do about it? I still heard the footsteps occasionally, but whatever. Then one day, my youngest daughter and I were in the kitchen, and we heard a loud thump in the living room. I had a heavy Waterford crystal clock. It was on the sofa table, and now it was on the ground, several feet away from the table. There was no way it just fell over, and no way it could have launched itself a couple of feet. Again, unsettling, and I was pissed because now my clock was chipped. My oldest eventually had a daughter, and she spent a lot of time at the house. As she learned to speak, she started asking me who the mean man in my house was. I said, "Honey, there's no man in my house." But one time, my youngest daughter was there when she said it. She glared at me and said, "Mom, she's pointing at the upstairs window." More time passed, and my youngest daughter moved out. After all these years downstairs, I decided it was time to occupy the master bedroom upstairs. My oldest daughter and her boyfriend were now living with me. Her boyfriend was Native American, practiced saging. I asked him to help me prep the room so I could occupy the upstairs. He came downstairs looking ill. He said, "Miss Julie, the vibes in that room are so bad. I got sick." He burned some sage and cleansed the room. It was better and allowed him to work, but it still wasn't good. I'd made up my mind, though, so we prepped the rooms anyway. We scraped and painted and replaced the floors, and I moved my furniture upstairs. The second night in my newly remodeled room, the television popped on at 3 a.m. It startled me, but I thought maybe my granddaughter had inadvertently programmed a timer to turn the TV on when she was playing with the remote. I checked the settings on the TV the next day, and there was no such function available. I told my youngest what happened, and she said, "The lights used to pop on all the time in the middle of the night. Welcome to the upstairs." I then consulted with a local psychic, one who's famous for working with the police to solve crimes. I told him nothing about the incidents, except to ask if there were any entities in my house. He said that there was an angry male that occupied the upstairs. He said the man was disabled, couldn't navigate the stairs easily. So he spent almost all of his time up there and was very resentful. He correctly identified that the room in between the 2 bedrooms, now a bathroom, was once a walk-in closet. He also said that sometimes when he identified an entity, he or she would leave just because they knew he was onto them. So, as a single female, one of my biggest fears in life has always been waking up and finding someone standing over me. It's a huge trigger for me. One night, soon after consulting the psychic, I woke up and felt someone standing over me. There was no one there that I could see, but I could feel them, regardless, as if they were right next to my bed. I sat up and yelled, telling them to get out. Get out of my house. You're not welcome here. Get out. I haven't felt that presence in my house ever since. It's been nearly a year, fingers crossed. I don't know if it was the psychic who was onto him, or me telling it to leave, but I think we're good. I still burn sage, though, just in case. A lot of sage. I had worked as a hospice nurse that sent me to this old hospital about 30 miles from where I had lived at the time. It was clean, but looked just like you'd stepped back into the 1950s. It was in a farming community, and at one time had delivered babies. My patient was passing late one night, and I got there at about 3 a.m. As I was walking to her room, I saw an older man with overalls and a plaid shirt, looking like he was lost. I asked if I could help him. He turned his back and just dissolved into the air. Scared the heck out of me. When I got to the nursing station, one of the nurses saw that I was deadly pale. She started laughing and yelled at the aides that I had seen old Henry. They laughed and then got serious. They told me that when the man was alive, his daughter went into labor, but things went wrong, and her and the baby died. When they had called her father, Henry, he'd been in such a hurry to get to the hospital that he'd been in a car wreck, and he and his wife were also killed. They told me that everyone sees him, but it's usually before someone passes away. The nurses then showed me a baby doll, one that they would put out into the room that's now abandoned. It was the delivery room. She said the only other time Henry comes out is when they put the baby out. I thought the story was so sad. To have your soul stuck on Earth, looking for your dead daughter and grandbaby. And sure enough, my little patient passed at 8 a.m. So, they were right about Henry showing up before someone passed.